Good morning, everybody. It's kind of like good evening for me, as I haven't really slept. I take that back. After I put the kids to bed, I laid down for a little bit, and I think I got like an hour, maybe an hour and a half. But I couldn't sleep. I woke up on my own. I didn't set an alarm. I woke up wanting to make content. This is a good sign. I was hoping this would happen. This is what happened to me when I got really into Fallout 4, right? I would just wake up and I had to make content. And that's kind of what I'm doing now. So all night I've been working on a lore video and I got it done and it's uploading now. I'm planning to publish it after I finish today's live stream. But I wanted to stream today, and yet my day is pretty full today. I've got the kids' school, and I've got an appointment later today, and then I've got another appointment. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to do an afternoon or evening broadcast today. So this is going to take the place of it. I'm starting really early. I realize that. But I'm hoping to be able to get a good 4 hours in at least. That's my goal. Might be a few hours less or a few minutes less, but that's my goal. The only thing is I do have a hard stop at around 7 o'clock. I'm going to have to step away from the camera for about 10 minutes. But I will be back, and I'll be able to broadcast again for about an hour and a half before I have my hard stop at around 8:40 or so this morning. All right, that's the plan. So it's 4:30 now. I should be able to get a good 4 hours in. And I'm feeling okay. I've been working. I'm hopped up on caffeine. I had a coffee earlier. I'm currently actually drinking my rum of the evening. I usually have at least one rum and Coke. And I haven't had any today, so this is my rum and Coke of the evening. I get to enjoy it with all of you. And I'm excited to get back into Starfield. We left off, and I didn't want to log off. And that's also a good sign. All right, it's good to see everybody. Let me get the chat up here. Everyone on YouTube, I can't believe so many of you are here this early in the morning. Don't you guys sleep? Don't you guys sleep at all? But it's good to see Sarge Games, Rachel, Tyler, Rowley, Hunter. The Wolf Guardian became a Bronze Ox. Thank you, the Wolf Guardian. No Name, Draco, Spider, Zartu, Timberjack, Lane Berry, Paul Esk, Slatty Bartfast. And it's Eric Rodriguez with the first super chat of the morning. He says, "Good morning, Ox. I can't wait for Starfield lore." Thank you, my friend. I've already published one Starfield lore video over the weekend, and I have another one scheduled to go out after today's broadcast. Gat with a super chat says, "Yay, now I get to watch your stream whilst I work." Sounds great to me, Gat. It's a win-win. Avi Rose says, "Why are you awake? Is this your earliest stream ever?" I'm so grateful because I am an insomniac. The truth is, I'm a bit of an insomniac as well. Let's see if we can get Facebook up here. I don't know what it's been, but with Starfield, I've been unable to sleep just because I've been constantly thinking and worrying and thinking. And it's good to see everyone on Facebook. Wow, lots of people on Facebook. Why? I should just stream at night. Like, the numbers are still good. There are so many of you still watching. I should just stream at night. Good to see Danny, Harold, Toby, Lewis, James. It's good to see all of you. Danny says you drink live. Nice. It's good rum. No, it is good rum. I'm drinking Kraken rum. It's my favorite type of rum. And I typically, drink on scotch and smoke rings. It's not unusual for me to drink a little bit of alcohol live on camera. But like I said, it's just a little bit. You put an ounce in and then fill the rest up with Coke. That's all it is. And it's just right. Just right. Eric Rodriguez with a super chat says, "No, I'm awake for Oxhorn." Hey, all right. Glad to have you here. Voltec Spy, a member for 6 months, says, "Woke up for work and Ox is live. It's a good day." Well, I'm happy to accompany you on your way to work and even at work. JLong8986 says, "Hey, Ox, haven't been able to check out much of your Starfield broadcasts. How are you liking it? Anything you don't like?" I share my thoughts frequently during my broadcasts, and I'm loving it. There are some things I don't like, but I'm chalking it up to simply being unused to the story yet and having to navigate what is not really a very intuitive space combat and spaceship building system. I think that there's a steep hurdle to... They don't really give you a tutorial for building a spaceship at all. Like, I've gone into the spaceship builder a couple of times to tweak out my ship, and it's really confusing. I haven't even tried base building yet. I'm hoping to get there at some point. That's not the plan for today. There are quests I want to do today, so we're probably not going to be doing any base building today. Don't worry, I will get to base building. It's one of the things I really want to do, but we're not doing that today. The story is really slow to kind of get moving. However, I'm really enjoying piecing things together. Every time I go live, I'll pick up on something, and then I'll connect it with something that happened in a previous stream. And that's what I love about these kind of games, just slowly piecing the story together. The primary plot is, it's got some artificial contrivances that are a little annoying to me. I didn't really like how at the very beginning, 5 minutes into the game, you already have a starship and you already have a crew, a robot butler, because of course it's a Bethesda game. You've got to have a robot butler, and you're joining a group and everyone wants you around. Like, it's a little bit contrived. I understand that they explained it. Like, I'm not saying that they didn't explain it. They do. What I'm saying is that their reasoning for giving you a starship 5 minutes into the game doesn't really hit home. Like, it doesn't... That's not what someone would do. Barrett wouldn't drop down on a planet and say, "Oh, sorry for bringing raiders here. Let me repay you by giving you my ship and robot butler. Go deliver the artifact, oh strange miner whom I've never met before. This artifact that you unearthed, even though I'm part of Constellation and it's my job to track down artifacts, I'm going to entrust you, a complete stranger, with not only the artifact, but also my spaceship and my robot butler, and I'm going to send you to my guys in Constellation, and, just do it. You're going to be fine. I know this is really important, and that's the entire point of me existing and doing this job, and the entire point of Constellation, but whatever, you're probably cool. It's good. Just go. Spaceship. Things like that. I'm like, all right. And then the leader of Constellation just decides to join you as a companion. What? To watch over you and make sure... all right. Fine, whatever. But aside from the story contrivances, I'm talking a lot about them, and they don't really bother me that much. The combat is really fun. The different variety of guns I'm having an absolute blast with. I love the jetpack. I'm even enjoying exploring planets. So yeah, there's a lot to enjoy, and I am loving it. Okay, let's see. No Name says it's 7:30 on the East Coast, which means 4:30 on the West Coast, and you're drinking rum at this hour. Look, it's after 5 p.m. It's okay to have a little drink after 5. Like, I've waited all night. I worked on my lore video. I didn't have anything to drink. I just had coffee, and this is now my wind down part of the night. I'm going to drink a little rum, play a little Starfield, get my kids on the bus for school, and crash. I'm gonna sleep in the late morning until I have an appointment, and then I'm gonna pick up the kids, and then I'm gonna sleep some more. That's gonna be my day. So probably no other live stream from me today. This is probably gonna be it. But this is my evening because I've had a really late day working on everything. Adrian Parker says, "Morning, Ox." Thank you so much, Adrian Parker. So good to see you. Gat says, "Breathe, Ox." I'm breathing. I'm just a lot of caffeine in my system, and I'm compounding that with rum. But I'm fine. I don't need to breathe. Breathing is for chumps. Okay. Now, exit save Mars Sidonia Central Hub. Is that right? I think so. Underground Railroad says no cigar. Oh yeah, little fast. Okay.
Not a lot of folks would have stuck their necks out for a stranger like that.
Curve road. Oh. Well, I did, and I'm glad I did. Okay, let's track the appropriate quests. So when I logged out earlier today, or yesterday, whatever day it was. I said I wanted to do the Mantis and I want to do Into the Unknown. I have a feeling that Mantis is going to be short. I don't know. I think it's a side quest. I read the Secret Outpost slate. I just love the idea of just going to some outpost. That's kind of what I want to do. I want to get away from the planets and away from the cities. I want to go to a secret outpost and do a stealth mission or something. Let's do it. Should we roll with Barrett? I like Barrett. He's a really interesting companion. But I also like Susan. What's her name? We'd probably have to go back to Constellation to get her, and I really don't want to do that right now. Let's just roll with Barrett.
This seemingly simple request has brought one meeting was broken up by a shouting match between citizens on both sides of the issue. The matter was moved to a closed-door proceeding.
I'm telling you, Centauri
But even
Mills
that
is
move
the
has not
way
resolved the
to
matter.
go. Stock up on their discount stuff.
Shut up!
And you don't need to food
Shut
shop
up!
for like
I'm trying to
a
listen.
month.
Quiet! I'm listening to the news. Oh? Oh. Can't even let a guy listen to the news.
Watch out for the robots.
A surprise terrormorph attack killed every settlement. There were no survivors. The settled systems are sadly no stranger to terrormorph attacks, but how and why they occur is barely understood.
This is what we just did.
Colonial Health and Human Services will be holding a service for the relatives of the deceased, offering their sincerest condolences.
That's a news bulletin about what we just did, the quest that we did with the Terramorph. That's cool. IMAX says, oh.
There are unconfirmed reports of a significant data breach in Galbank's New Atlantis office.
We also did that.
Galbank representatives would neither confirm or deny these rumors. SSNN recommends that all Galbank customers change their login credentials and monitor their bank accounts for suspicious activity.
That's also us. Man, I could sit here and just do a broadcast of the news. IMAX says, Oxhorn, have you seen Sim Settlements 2 on Fallout 4? It's a mod with over 5 hours of lore content and story. I think you would love it. It's basically a free DLC.
Don't be caught on the Martian surface without.
Thank you, IMAC. I have heard of Sim Settlements 2. I am aware of it. I haven't played it yet. Perhaps I shall get to it someday. Rachel says, loving the sleep-deprived 100% chaotic energy ox. Is that me? Am I sleep-deprived chaotic energy ox? I don't know. I'm just feeling okay. I'm doing all right here. I'm on Mars. I'm just happy to be on Mars. To the frontier.
As much fun as that was, it's good to be back.
Yeah. Oh, we're back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Len.
Hey, you need something?
Well, I'm good. Thank you. Do I have any resources to deposit? Just a few. I should really go somewhere and sell all this crap. I mean, I've got a lot of good stuff in here that I don't need. I'm getting so much loot that almost every slot is filled with something blue or better. The only item that isn't blue is the apparel slot. That's the only one. Everything else has a legendary or a rare item in it. Okay. I'll never get tired of that. Okay, let's see. Go to the secret outpost at Denbola 2. No, Denbola IB. What's Denbola? Level 30? Level 30? What does that mean? I'm only level 10. You have not explored every system along this route. Try jumping to a closer system? What? Unexplored route. Oh my gosh. Really? I didn't know it worked that way. Well, we're going to do some exploration. We have explored Alpha Centauri. We have not explored Olympus. So... What? Okay. Gad says, are you going to do Fallout London when it comes out? Maybe. I typically don't do big DLC mods, but you never know. Mr. Master Chief says, eek! I can't wait for the full version. Came out. I'm so eager to play this right now after my Fallout 4 gameplay. Olympus. Ooh, there's a space station here. It sure would be fun. The Almagest discovered. Okay. I mean, I'd love to just sit and explore everything, but I'm on a mission. Okay, so Denbola. We need to go to Vol 2.
This is Freestar Collective Space. Hold while we scan your ship. That's all we need. Enjoy Neon.
So this is where Neon is. Oh man, I'd love to explore Neon as well. And I got time, I gotta do my quest. See, this is the thing with Bethesda games, I get so sidetracked if I went and just followed every breadcrumb they give me. Okay, now we can go to Porima. Let's jump. Sector 9 boy says, hello Oxhorn, I just...
Pilot. This is Jiro Sugiyama, head of Paradisio Security. I apologize for coming over this emergency channel, but we are in need of assistance concerning the large ship in orbit, and we value discretion in this matter.
What?
If you are willing and able, please see me as soon as possible at the main security office in Paradiso. Over now.
Oh man, this sounds like a quest that I kind of need to do now. First contact, speak with Chief Sugiyama. The big ship in orbit. I mean, I kind of got something to do. Maybe we could go... Maybe we could get the quest, talk to the guy, find out what it is, take a look at Paradisio, and then go, alright? We got time, we got time. Anyway, Sector 9 boy says, hello Oxhorn, I just wanted to come boast that I beat Starfield 7 times already, and I'm really looking forward to watching your lore videos on the game. I'm gonna choose to believe you. You've beaten Starfield, which was released less than a week ago, 7 times already. Okay, I'm impressed, Sector 9 boy, that's awesome. And I'm thrilled that you're gonna be watching my lore videos. Okay, Paradisio. This a better... Ooh. Is this a casino? Cool. Alright, well, let's... I guess let's track the quest that's here. Okay.
enjoy your stay, knowing you're in our capable hands.
Welcome to Paradisio. Jiro Sugiyama at your service. Do you have a security concern, or is there something else I can help you with?
You called me! Is Paradisio Security affiliated with the UC or Freestar Collective?
Neither. We're our own private force. The Paradisio group pays top dollar for top-notch security. And I dare say we're some of the best in the business. We have to be out here on the fringes of the settled systems.
What sort of trouble do you run into at a resort?
Honestly, it's not as exciting as you might think most of the time. More often than not, we're just handling drunk and disorderly conduct. Heck, even pirates leave us alone for the most part. I think it's because some of them actually vacation here. As long as they're not bothering anyone, we've been told not to worry about them.
Well, look, I'm here about this distress call you sent.
Ah, yes, of course. I'm glad you came. As you can imagine, we're in a bit of a predicament.
Can I imagine that?
Under normal circumstances, we would not enlist outside help in this manner. But this is a matter we can't afford to worry our guests about.
Get to it.
As such, we need to handle this discreetly. Failure on your part to do so could have severe consequences.
Well...
So, before we proceed, can you swear not to discuss this with anyone else unless explicitly directed to do so?
I mean, I kind of need to know at least what this is about or what I'm going to be paid. You're not in UC or Freestar jurisdiction. How bad could the punishment be?
You're right. We're not. Which means we're not bound by anyone's laws but our own. In other words, it's our system and our rules. Neither the UC nor the Freestar Collective will help you if you get into trouble here.
Is that a threat? Yeah, I agree. Just hurry up and tell me what you want already. I'm gonna need to think about this and get back to you, or understood. I swear it. Let me know what you need me to do.
Great. I appreciate it. Not too long ago, a strange and enormous ship appeared in Parima space. It is now locked in orbit around our planet.
I saw it.
So far, it doesn't seem to be hostile, but any attempts to communicate with it have been in vain, so we're unsure of the ship's intentions.
I see. So he wants to hail down some visitor and have us go up there. So if they decide to blow us out of the air, it's us and not them. What kind of ship is it? Any idea who it belongs to?
It bears no discernible markings or allegiances to any manufacturers we're aware of. I'm hoping that doesn't mean we're dealing with some sort of new deep space threat.
I'm just hoping it's not House Varun. They didn't respond to communications?
Not quite. It took some time, but we received a transmission. It was all, pardon the phrasing, it sounded almost alien, like nothing anyone's heard before. Clicks, distorted groans, buzzing, really disturbing sounds.
Oh, great!
Now, one of our engineers says it could just be some busted comm equipment or incompatible signals, but we're not sure. So far, no one's disembarked from the ship. No landing craft, nothing. We don't have the staff or ships to spare, otherwise we'd dock with it and attempt to board.
So, alien zombies, fine. What do you think we are dealing with?
Can't say for sure. Looks worn, but not cobbled together like a Crimson Fleet junker. Others have been saying it's some new Varun design, a gigantic battleship with hidden armaments preparing for assault, but that doesn't check out either. There's also been talk about non-human sentient life. The comms data we received might support that, but humanity's spread far and wide and no one's ever encountered anything like that. Still, first contact. Could you imagine?
Yeah, I'm not getting my hopes up. Okay, we could say get to the point. I assume you want me to blast it out of the sky. Or seems like a delicate situation. Go on.
It is. Whatever's going on, we need to approach this with care. First, see if you have more luck communicating with them. If not, you may have to try boarding. Whatever you do, it's important to remember to seek diplomacy with who or whatever's on board. As soon as you have any more information, report to Oliver Campbell. He's the CEO of Paradisio. All formal decisions will need to go through him, and he'll have your pay. Good luck.
Okay. I'm intrigued, I have to say. Can I loot your office? I don't want me looting your office. Notebook. Alright, nothing of interest here. Well. Okay, back to the ship. We're gonna hail ourselves a strange alien craft.
Have something for you.
Again? Okay, Barrett.
What's on your mind?
You said you had something for me. Do you have anything for me, Barrett?
I do, actually. Here you go.
Chicken tikka. Well, thanks. Leave it to Barrett to just
Here to shoot the breeze?
casually give me random bits of food. I should probably do a hard save here, just in case I do something stupid, like accidentally hit it. Hello? This is Oxhorn. I don't understand. Can you hear me? Is there something wrong with your communications array? Is something wrong? Do you need help? Turn off the fax machine. Oh, we don't have that option. Well, I don't think this is working. I'm going to attempt a docking procedure and we can talk on board. Oh, this is not what I want to do. Okay, I want to dock with it. And R. There we go. This always looks great. Man, I just love this. Gat says, got your laser cutter ready, Ox? And your stomping boots? I've got it all. Board. Okay. Speak with the ship's captain. Cargo bay.
Stay alert. Weapons at the ready.
Remain calm. There's no reason to suspect whatever it is hostile.
I agree with the captain. Now is the time for diplomacy.
Agreed. But we must be ready. Now, eyes and ears sharp.
Okay, they don't want trouble. I'm not going to give them trouble. Cargo bay. Quick save.
You're human.
We could say no, can't you see? I'm actually a weird, scary monster with tentacles. Human? I didn't know there were other options. Or of course I'm human. I take it you were expecting something else? Wait, what are you? Let's try human. I didn't know there were other options.
Oh, pardon my ignorance. We just didn't expect to find people out here. We didn't think anyone else left Earth before us.
Welcome back to the rest of humanity. You're no longer alone.
Perhaps we should greet our guests.
Of course. Manners. I'm Captain Diana Brackenridge. This is Security Officer Bomani Reader. And this is Dr. Mabuti da Costa, one of our elders.
A pleasure to meet you.
Let's see. Lots of options. We could say, hi, I'm Oxhorn, and I'm here to help. Or wait, don't tell me you're gonna ask me for some sort of huge favor. The game is becoming self-aware. Yeah, look, I'm just here to help the people on the planet down below. Or we could say, what is this ship?
You've come aboard the Earth colony ship, Constant. Generations ago, we set forth from the planet Earth with the mission of colonizing a new habitable world in the spirit of our ancestors nearly a millennium ago.
Oh, wow. Well, you've got some catching up to do. Holy cow. Gat says, wait, what are Starfleet doing here? They do kind of look like Starfleet uniforms, don't they? Well, I'm Oxhorn, and I'm here to help.
I see. As you may have presumed, we're in a bit of a bind. Our ship has finally completed its near 200-year journey from Earth, only to find our new home seemingly colonized by, well, we don't know. Communications haven't been successful, so your arrival is fortuitous. Perhaps you'd be willing to act as a middle person between ourselves and the others.
Wow. Incredible. 200 years? How did it take you so long to get here?
Ah, your question confirms one of our recent theories. It would seem that some form of faster-than-light travel or space-bending technology was invented during our long journey. That would explain why we would find people this far out into space. I guess technology leapfrogged us at some point. Interesting. I can only imagine that our predecessors didn't believe the technology would ever work, and so they made the decision to leave when they did.
This is fascinating. I'm so glad I took the time to do this quest. How did you all survive for 200 years?
Well, the short answer is, we didn't. It's a generation ship, which is to say that most of us lived long, happy lives on board and passed our mission down to our children. It was never intended that the original crew would make it to our destination. The goal was always the preservation of the human race above all else. Though, it would seem that was perhaps a bit presumptuous.
Nick says, while exploring the remnants of Earth, I think I found a reference to the interloper from Fallout 4. Really? I haven't gotten any locations marked on my Earth yet, so I'm looking forward to exploring that as well. Your communications didn't work. Why is that?
We're not entirely sure. Our engineers believe it's possible our technology just isn't compatible with theirs. All we hear when using them to communicate with anyone is a bunch of disturbing noise. It gave me the heebie-jeebies at first.
So you know about the people on the surface?
We do. Well, sort of. We saw structures using our surveying equipment. We've also seen the various ships pass us by. Some even seemed to want to communicate, but couldn't. Of course, we had no idea that they were being piloted by other humans.
Bogan says, magnificent game. I'm 23 hours in and I feel like I haven't scratched the surface. I don't know how long I'm in. I'm like, what, 15 hours in or something like that? And I also feel like I'm still swimming in deep water. Well, okay, we could say, not gonna lie, that's a pretty big ask, or, you know, those others are human beings and they were here first, or I'd love to know more, but maybe we should get away from this airlock first. Let's try that they were here first.
Of course, we know that now. Human or not, we were still unable to communicate our intentions. As soon as we discovered them, we fully expected negotiations would be necessary. Now then, please follow me. There's much to discuss first. We'll speak more on the matter once we reach the bridge.
Okay.
Dr. DaCosta, you may return to your quarters if you wish.
Thank you, Captain.
Oh, look at
I
these
will
old weapons.
follow you to the bridge, ma'am. For security purposes.
I do not believe we have need to fear our guest, but I'll allow it if you insist.
They've got the old shotguns.
Welcome to the Earth colony ship Constant. In the early 2100s, my ancestor, Rupert Brackenridge, researched a number of scientific scenarios: climate change, asteroid impact, nuclear war, global pandemic, and more. Each scenario showed the likelihood of an extinction-level event to be within 50 years. He fully believed Earth was destined to be rendered uninhabitable. We've always assumed that's what happened. So, he gathered the best and brightest he could find, built the Constant, and set a course for this planet here. We were told that it was the largest, most advanced ship ever constructed on Earth at the time. If you can believe, entire generations have been born, lived, and died on this ship. It really goes to show that there are no limits to human ingenuity and perseverance.
Just because our equipment's old, doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers.
Just stay out of trouble.
Sure.
So, here we are. Let's talk.
So, this is the bridge of a 200-year-old starship. This is the technology Earth had when the cataclysm happened.
I've lived my entire life in the Constant. I'm not sure how else to live.
It's like we're walking in a time capsule here. I cannot imagine how hard this was to maintain.
Wandering Paladin says, can't stay. We'll catch the replay. Have fun, Ox. Thank you, Wandering Paladin. Nick says, it's a cave that you stumble upon. I landed in the general area that used to be DC, found the cave with interloper stuff, took a few screenshots. I also found a cave while exploring Earth, but I didn't see anything in it. Mr. Master Chief says, surviving 200 years? This is kinda likely a connection of Fallout universe, where you're in cryo sleep for 200 years after the nuclear bomb drop. I must admit that the 200 years is coincidental.
Now that you're here, I can finally give my crew a chance at a new life.
How long have you been captain?
I think I'm coming up on 6 years now. I was only a teenager when my father died, passing command of the ship to me, as is tradition.
Oh.
Because of that, I've had to sort of learn as I go along, instead of taking years of study and apprenticeship under the prior captain. I think some people on the ship resent me for not having the level of experience as my predecessors. But at the same time, without my command, we likely wouldn't have made it here so quickly.
So quickly. How's your crew holding up?
A bit frazzled, as you can imagine. People are anxious about discovering that we're not alone, and also worried about what will come to pass. While we hope we can work out a deal with the people on the surface, they seem reluctant to reach out, so there's no telling what will come of that. I do know that we can't afford to stay here in orbit forever. The ship was built to sustain us for many years with backup provisions just in case, but even that will come to an end eventually.
Is it difficult being captain for a colony ship?
Difficult is the wrong word. It can be both challenging at times and also exciting. Our mission was to rebuild humanity on a distant world, believing that we were Earth's last hope. To think that while there has always been a Brackenridge in the captain's chair, that I am the one to finally oversee our journey's end is truly exhilarating. But with this stumbling block in our path, at this final moment, I fear tough choices will need to be made.
It sounds like you could use some help with your situation here.
Well, as I mentioned, we've been unsuccessful in communications with anyone up until you arrived, though not for lack of trying. But since you're asking, maybe you'd be willing to be a sort of diplomat between us and them as we attempt to resolve our situation. Does that sound agreeable to you?
What's wrong with your communications system?
We suspect that our equipment is woefully obsolete compared to whatever you all have now. In all honesty, we never expected to need to communicate with anyone, so our comms aren't particularly robust. That limits our options. We even attempted communicating with lights and sounds, something we saw in an old movie, but I don't believe they picked up on it. If anything, it may have inadvertently alarmed them.
We could say depends. What's in it for me? Sounds like you're just trying to offload the hard parts to someone else. Or the people in Paradisio want the same. I'll help.
Ah, so they have a name. Paradiso. And it sounds promising that they sent you here to speak with us. You see, we intended to settle here, but we assumed that they intend to defend their claim given their presence here. We'd like you to go speak to them on our behalf and help us negotiate a solution, preferably one that favors us.
I mean, ideally, we would send them to New Atlantis and they can integrate into UC society or something like that. Why not just, yeah, here we go. Why not just find another planet?
Based on the data our ancestors had when they launched this endeavor, it was determined that this was the perfect planet for us. Even if we had another viable candidate planet, we lack the resources to get there. And as you know, it took us 200 years to get here. Our people have no desire to go back to drifting the stars so their children's children can possibly settle on an inferior planet.
Inferior planet. If you had a claim to this planet, how could others settle here?
When we left Earth, there were no claims to planets this far out into space. We had assumed that we were the only ones attempting a generational journey such as this, meaning that there would be no need for a formal claims process. Regardless, my ancestor, Rupert Brackenridge, did manage to file a charter for this planet's first colony to be named New Jamestown. According to his records, no one took it seriously when he filed it, so likely it was either ignored or the records were lost to the ages. Given humanity's lack of interest in colonizing the far reaches of space at the time, it shouldn't have been a problem, but again, here we are now.
I'll try, but diplomacy may require compromise, or I can do it if you tell me what you'd like me to say to them. Let's try compromise.
Yes, of course. But we need to start from a firm position and state our goal. If need be, we can compromise, work out a mutually beneficial deal or some such, but initially I'd like you to be firm with them and convince them to leave the planet to us. Let me know how they respond, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, that's not happening. I mean, they have a luxury resort. They're not just gonna up and go. Parima, too, is huge. Why not just settle on the other side of it, away from the others?
We thought about it, but it simply won't do. I need to think about the distant future of our people. Sure, our first settlement may be small, but our predecessors dreamt of our new civilization spreading across the globe. That will be difficult if someone else plans to do the same. While we're not completely close to the idea of sharing, it's much easier if we have complete domain over this world.
Well, I mean, too bad. There's someone already there. We could say, are you out of your mind? There's no way they'll go for that. Okay, but no promises. I'll be able to convince them, or will do. Let's try, are you out of your mind, just to see where that goes.
I'm serious. We have a rightful claim to this land, and I intend to fight for it. But as you're currently our only hope, perhaps you'll honor my request and give it your all, for the sake of some very weary travelers who have come a very long way to be here. Thank you.
It's just ridiculous that she would ask that. I mean, sure, yes, they have spent a long time coming here and they all really wanted a pristine planet with nobody on it, but even when they were on Earth and they scanned it, they had no guarantee that it was unoccupied.
I know Captain Brackenridge has essentially given you free rein to wander the ship, but security will still be watching you closely. I hope you understand, given we have so little experience with people from the outside. It pays to take security seriously, something I understand much better now than in my youth.
Sebastian Sanchez says Jamestown, as in that Jamestown? Yeah, of all the names to pick, New Jamestown. Might as well be New Roanoke. Okay.
I wonder what else is out there.
Careful waving that fancy gun around. You don't need to see what it can do.
I'm not holding it. It's holstered. It's holstered. All right, I'm curious to see what pre-catastrophe scrap looks like.
Never seen a ship like yours before. Well, then again, I haven't seen any ships before you arrived.
Yeah.
I know I'm getting up there in years, but I don't think I'll ever tire of flying.
So it is true. An actual stranger aboard our ship? Wow.
You don't get many visitors, I take it? I mean, what a silly question to ask. But okay.
We don't get any. We never expected to meet anyone else traveling the stars. But if you're here, that must mean there are others. Kind of incredible that we never bumped into anyone. Either we took a strange route, or the vastness of space just makes chance encounters unlikely. Maybe some combination of the two. Either way, I'm so relieved to find out that we're not alone out here.
I'm Oxhorn. I didn't catch your name.
Oh, geez. Sorry, of course you don't know my name. We never met. I'm Yue. Wow, I never thought this would happen.
I never thought of it that way. Weird. I never thought of it that way. What am I saying that to? That she never thought this would happen? Well, get used to it. Really rude options we have here. Pardon me. Good meeting you, Yue. I'll let you get back to what you were doing.
Sure. Well, unless there's anything else you want to talk about.
Okay, what do you think now that you know there are others out there?
It's incredible. I'm pretty excited to meet new people and ask them all sorts of questions. I wonder about all we've missed this whole time while humanity has advanced around us.
Quite a lot. What do you do here on the ship?
Oh, I'm the navigation officer, though I switch between nav and piloting. I'll be honest, the ship pretty much flies itself. Its destination hasn't changed since it launched, and we're here now, so I'm not sure what's next.
If the ship flies itself, why does it need a navigator?
See, the nav system's not perfect. We encounter stuff that our forebears didn't originally count on. Astral bodies, space debris, stuff like that. So sometimes I need to take manual control and get out of tricky situations. Then there was the time I used those unaccounted for anomalies to our advantage. Slingshotted us around a few stars that weren't supposed to be there, saved some fuel and knocked a few decades off our journey. Pretty incredible stuff. Take care of yourself out there, eh?
Alright, well, incredible. I'll take your word for it. So the Egmont Desk Assistant has been around since before the Cataclysm.
The Constant is a peaceful ship. Don't change that.
Yeah, I know. Ooh, distilled water and fiber.
We were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship.
See, the problem with quests like this is that they either have to create a whole bunch of set design.
I've heard about you, but oh, here you are.
From a different period in time, or explain why everything looks the same.
We got strict rules around here, but they're strict for a reason.
Liquid happiness. Old Earth flip lighter. Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just, looking in the locker.
Now that we know what's out there, things are going to be more interesting from here on out.
Screwdriver, an old computer. Okay, captain's quarters.
We've got strict rules around here, but they're strict for a reason.
Let's take a look at captain's quarters. Whoa. Okay. Talent grade rheostat. I'm not going to be able to loot any of this. Captain's uniform. ECS captain's uniform. What's that? Food of some sort? Well, Barrett, make yourself at home. Ship's office.
We were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship.
Oh, this is so cool. Rachel says, do the accents bother you? Why is the captain the only one with a British accent after 200 years on the same ship? Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with having this kind of plot device in this kind of game. This ship is essentially not only a time capsule from the way Earth was 200 years ago, but it's its own civilization. It's evolved for the amount of time that America has almost been a country.
Taken some remarkable discipline to get you all here.
For over half the time that America has been a country, this ship has been out in space. 200 years, that's enough time for them to develop their own dialect, their own culture, their own mannerisms, their own accents, and yet we don't see any of that because, of course, that would be very difficult to invent from the ground up for one side quest. So, sure, we gotta give them some sort of leeway. Von Rex says, close the door and remove evidence for processing. Thank you, Von Rex. All right, we've got Boris Brackenridge, Alexander Brackenridge, Deanna Brackenridge, Philippe Brackenridge. Oh, that guy's smiling. He's a happy guy. Eliza Brackenridge, Jacinda Brackenridge, Matilda Brackenridge, Rupert Brackenridge, and Rupert Brackenridge. All right, so I'm guessing this was the first one. Is it just weird? Does he kind of look like Luke Skywalker a little bit? Mark Hamill. All right, notepads, tablets. Give me some lore. What if I'm right? An excerpt from Rupert Brackenridge's last autobiography, published on Earth before the departure of the ECS Constant. But crisis looms in our future, whether we want to believe it or not. While Earth may not be fragile, it's faced a number of mass extinctions, meteor strikes, ice ages, wars, and other global catastrophes. The human race only has one home, and if that home becomes inhospitable, no number of underground bunkers will be enough to survive the tide. Precisely, this is why I started the Earth Colony Ship Initiative. It's why I reached out to the best and brightest minds of the 22nd century for their funding and their expertise. If humanity is to not only survive, but thrive, we must shoot for the stars. It is my hope that others reading these words will join me in this endeavor and follow my lead. I'm tired of waiting for politicians of the world to agree on a course of action to preserve humanity for all time. This is why it's up to private enterprises, such as my own Bracken Global, to develop our own futures. Upon its completion, the ECS Constant will be the first ship of its kind, a colony ship built to transport a selection of humanity beyond our solar system, deep into territory unknown, to our new Garden of Eden. My scientists assure me our new home is fundamentally perfect in every way, and I aim to keep it that way. It'll be a world built on renewable energy, a reliable, equitable foundation from which our new society will grow. And from there, new colony ships will be built and sent to new planets to colonize them under the same ideas and values. A brilliant new future for humanity. And though it may take hundreds or thousands of years, I have little doubt that it'll lead humanity to brave new frontiers, and setting a shining example for any other life we may find along the way. The rest of the book meanders about talking of grand designs for future utopias and such. Some of it seems reasonable, but in hindsight, his ambitions seem a bit too lofty. Requires a key. Celery in a locker. Great Expectations. Chapter 1. My father's family name being Pirip and my Christian name Philip, my infant tongue could make of both names nothing longer or more explicit than Pip, so I called myself Pip and came to be called Pip. Charles Dickens's 13th novel is the coming-of-age tale of an orphan boy named Pip as he navigates the agendas of those around him, like the eccentric Miss Havisham.
Never seen a ship like yours before. Then again, I haven't seen any ships before.
All right, so they're all going to recycle the same dialogue. We've got a reactive gauge here. Looks like they've been using those for 200 years. Of course, with plots like this, there's also the problem of inbreeding. I mean, if they didn't freeze each other... Ooh, I could take... Ah, that's not stealing. And that's not stealing. Nothing in that locker was set to owned. If they're not going to be freezing people, then they may have to make sure that they have enough of a diverse gene pool to prevent inbreeding. All right, that's going to go to engineering. This is going to go... Whoa, hey, wow. All right. Oh, this is going to be huge. Progress is contagious. All right, we've got classrooms. Today's lesson, survival.
Captain Brackenridge says the future is bright, but I think the constant was pretty bright too, so I don't really know what she means.
I'm getting Vault 88 vibes from this classroom.
I'm glad you're not an alien, but that would have been so cool. I heard
Yulia
you came
Yang?
from outside the ship. I bet it was pretty cold out there.
I was just thinking of all the knowledge we can share between us and the other Earth survivors. Hello there. Given that I don't know you, you must be this visitor I've been hearing so much about. I'm Julia, the Constant's chief historian. It's nice to meet you on this momentous occasion.
The age of her voice doesn't match the age of her face. Can you tell me more about what it means to be chief historian?
If you ask around, people will either tell you my job is absolutely critical to the mission, or I just hang out, read, and watch movies. There's more to it than that. Officially, I'm assigned to the role of chief historian. Generations ago, it used to be lawkeeper of humanity, but that seemed a bit too lofty.
Just a bit.
While I don't think my job is as important as captain, engineering officer, or cultivation manager, it's still vital to our mission.
Do you enjoy what you do?
I do. But sometimes it's frustrating to convince some people that my job is important, since it's not directly related to our continued survival. There was a time where I thought my sister was the lucky one, running the hydroponics farm and being responsible for feeding everyone on board. But I grew to like my work, and working with children is nice, especially since I'll never have any of my own.
Aww. Sorry if this is too personal, but why can't you have children?
It's okay. I don't mind you asking. I'm actually proud of my choice. It's a great honor to give up one's ability to have a family so that others may. As you can imagine, a population limit is a necessity on board a colony ship. I made my choice long ago to give others the chance to have a larger family should they wish. Though, I suppose I don't need to worry about that now. Maybe it's time to consider it.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to the planet, have at it. There's an entire universe filled with people. You were assigned?
Of course. Everyone was assigned their roles here. We don't choose our roles, since there are only so many of us, and every job is critical. Someone has to prove themselves either exceptionally bad at their job, or exceptionally good at another, in order to be moved. But that rarely happens.
Can you tell me more about the duties of chief historian?
I run the educational programs aboard the ship for all the children and any adults who are looking to learn about Earth history. We try to have group sessions some evenings where we read old Earth literature, watch old films, listen to music, and the like. So yes, I hang out with children and watch movies, but it's more involved than that. We historians are charged with keeping Earth culture alive, so that we never forget where we came from.
It sounds like important work.
Thanks for saying so.
What can you tell me about the Constant?
As chief historian, I can tell you a lot, probably. What do you want to know?
Why is the ship called the ECS Constant?
ECS stands for Earth Colony Ship. We wanted a fairly inclusive name to represent the planet, and not a particular nation of origin. There was an old colony ship that sailed across the oceans of Earth from a country called England to settle on a new continent.
Yeah.
It was called either the Susan or Sarah Constant. No one seems to know for sure. so ours was shortened to just Constant. Ironically enough, that ship also reached what they thought was new land, and found it populated when they arrived. As chief historian, I can tell you a lot, probably. What do you want to know?
How long have you been traveling?
Well, we launched Tuesday, September 27th, 2140. So, about 190 years now. Would have been longer, but it turns out we have an ace navigator who saved us some time with some tricky maneuvers.
Yeah, we talked with her. Who were the original crew of the Constant?
We're the descendants of wealthy elites, intellectuals, artists, scientists, and others who left Earth in 2040 to spread humanity to the stars. The thinking was that Earth's days were numbered for a variety of reasons. Our finder, Rupert Brackenridge, had the foresight to plan for the worst. Thus, he constructed this colony ship to settle what seemed like the most habitable planet we could find, knowing full well it would take generations to reach. We suspected that we may have been the only ones to leave Earth, given that no one else seemed to have the same idea. I'm glad we appear to be wrong.
I'm surprised nobody is asking us about the history of humanity the last 200 years. They're not curious about that at all. Like, we could tell them all about what happened to Earth, but no one's asked yet. It's okay, I think I know enough now.
You know where to find me if you ever want to know more.
Von Rex says, I recall your character's backstory was dealing with the gray areas. I find yourself with red-marked items. You can sell them to Trade Authority and buy back them immediately for no extra charge, washed and clean. Now that, Von Rex, is good to know. Thank you.
Another time, then?
I wonder
Remember,
how many other
check your
planets
work.
are out there that we can live on. I bet there's a million.
I love space.
Hey, Miss Julia? Can we watch that movie with all the superheroes in it again?
We'll see. We have a lot of movies to get through, but maybe during our next...
You're less weird than I thought you would be.
You can convince the other children.
I bet you've been on lots of cool space adventures. Really? Just like in your movies.
Every
Hey,
kid is trying
everyone,
to talk to me.
Miss Julia said we could watch it again.
And then
Detention.
maybe we can watch one of the sequels some other time.
Research lab.
Wait, can we get more of them? Oh, I'm so excited I could plots. That's what Mr. Abe says sometimes. He's funny.
Yup, he sure is. Anyway, I think you still have some more school work to do.
Oh. All right.
I'm so excited I could plot.
My mom and dad were scared when you came on board, but I don't know why. You seem okay.
Maybe that's some strange lingo that they've developed. Wow, look at these old computers. Ooh, those are cool. I want one. Can I steal it? I want an old computer to decorate my starship with. Look at that. That is so cool. Oh, I can't steal it. They're right there. I could close the door. Can I close the door? I can't steal from these poor people, but I want that computer. Well, maybe I'll come back for it. What's this? Elevator.
Julia, I have a question.
To the mess hall.
If there were animals on Earth, why aren't there any animals here?
Cargo bay, medical bay,
Careful waving that fancy gun around. We don't need to see what it can do.
engineering. All right, this goes back around to the command bay.
Stay out of trouble.
Man, these guys are so...
The Constant is a peaceful ship. Don't change that.
Choose floor. I mean, let's finish exploring this floor first. That goes down to medical. This goes to engineering and mess hall. Engineering and mess hall. Okay, so mess hall and medical are down.
I wonder what it's like out there beyond our little community.
They've got an assortment of accents aboard the ship. Engineering control computer Gamma. To be used only by or under supervision of a qualified engineer. Access denied.
People always appreciate a good engineer, whether they know it or not. I was hoping to talk to our visitor from outer space, and here you are! Welcome, welcome! I have a million burning questions, but I won't overwhelm you. There will be plenty of time for that later. Please, indulge me just a couple. How did you do it? Did humanity finally discover faster-than-light travel and eclipse our poor old ship?
Okay, finally somebody is asking us about what's been going on. I really don't have time for this, or I have no idea how these things work, but they do, or we have tech called a grav drive that allows a ship to bend space.
Ah, I knew it. It's incredible! I read about this technology in our archives from Earth, but it was only theoretical back then. Amazing! I'll have to learn more.
This guy.
Oh, I've got so many questions, but I'm being rude. I haven't even given you my name. Chief Engineer Kazemi, but you can call me Amin. And, I might add, I'm one of the reasons we're still floating out here today.
If you know it's rude, maybe you should stop bombarding me with so many questions. I get it. You want to know about what's changed since your ship departed. Whatever. I'm Oxhorn. Look, I need to go. We could say I get it.
Indeed. Thank you for being so kind and indulging me. You must understand how thrilling this news is for someone like me.
What is he doing with his hand?
Who suspected this encounter was, in fact, possible.
If your predecessors knew about grav drives, why didn't they wait for it instead of setting out?
Ah, great question. I do not know for sure, but I can venture a guess. All of the reading I've done on the matter suggests that at the time, there was uncertainty that the technology would ever work, or if it did, that it would work at the scale we needed. So, I trust they made the decision to strike out when they did, fully believing it was the only way.
What do you do as chief engineer?
Some may say I'm a master of keeping things together with nothing but duct tape and bubblegum. Well, if we had any gum left. Pretty sure that ran out 100 years ago. When I'm not dealing with catastrophic engine failures, I manage the other engineers. We maintain all the machinery, computers, you name it. We keep the life support on, and the ship flying.
With a ship this old, do you have any good heroic engineering stories?
Many years ago, when I was a junior engineer, the reactor's computer burned out. The computer that controls the reactor's various regulators. I'll spare you the details, but when that happens, the ship and everyone on it is in danger of turning into a mess of hot slag. I had to jury-rig parts from old media devices to prevent a meltdown.
Oh my god.
And that's how I became the boss around here.
Oh my god, from old media devices, dear lord. You said you had more questions for me?
Yes, so many. Does everyone have their own spaceships like you? Do people only live on naturally habitable planets, or did they learn to terraform? Are we in contact with alien species? I have so many more, but I don't want to take up all your time.
Okay, no sentient life as far as we can tell, but plenty of diverse living creatures.
Disappointing, but not unexpected. When you showed up, I tried to tell the others about the Fermi paradox. I suggested that the most likely explanation for you was that humanity had developed faster, more advanced technology and had leapfrogged us. Seems I was right.
You were. No terraforming, but there are colonies on inhospitable planets. We just use HAB units and suits.
I'm not surprised. The amount of energy it would take to terraform an entire planet seems improbable. I can assume these types of colonies are strictly for mining and gathering rare resources, since there are nearly limitless habitable planets to choose from out there.
Well, not everyone has ships, but many people do.
Haha! I knew it! Incredible! Amazing! Simply amazing! In our ancestors' time, only the very wealthy could afford to build ships. Even this ship was only possible by our families pulling together nearly all of their financial resources.
Well, we can say that's all the questions and answer time I have for now.
Thank you for taking the time to talk with me. I can have a bit of a big personality, I'm told. So let me know if I ever get on your nerves.
All right, that's it.
See you!
Wow. What are those? Jimmy Dean sausages? I'm in the mood for breakfast. Aha. Bubble level? Engineering control computer beta. Access denied. Marker? I try? Is there a kid around here? What is this? This is a disturbing thing to be found in engineering.
Hey there.
Maybe it was like bring your kid to work day or something.
Getting some slight power fluctuation.
Access denied.
And the heating and cooling system control. Well,
hey.
Go take a look at it. Shouldn't be too difficult to fix up. Pretty sure I know how to fix it. Shouldn't take long.
Reactor computer requires key, and I'll get in trouble if I access that. Industrial workbench. Okay, so that's engineering. Well, now we can go down to the mess hall, I believe. We came from here, right? Yeah.
Wow. Hi.
An ornate Startar. An antique VHS tape and a portable CD player. This is great. I'm so excited to see all of this technology here. Though, of course, this is outdated even by our standards. So by the lore of the game, this would be really, really ancient technology. Okay, mess hall. Food.
And to think, all this time, we thought we were alone. Sure is nice to know there are other people out there.
We've had to do our fair share of recycling on the Constant. Not exactly a lot of places to get new goods. There. Oh!
Yeah. Well, this is awkward.
Okay, so I'm not the only one then. That's a relief. I basically never met anyone new, so it caught me off guard. But I did hear we had a visitor.
We could say, that's really weird. I meet new people all the time. Come on. I'm not going to say that. Well, you need to get over it because it's bound to happen a lot more now. Or, I get it, but it's really not big a deal. Or not that big of a deal. You'll get used to it. It's perfectly understandable.
Right? We've been cooped up together in this ship all our lives. So outside of births, there's literally no way for new people to arrive, you know? Anyway, sorry for freezing up before. I just didn't expect our visitor from the outside to stop by and chat with me. I figured, if anything, you'd be with the captain. I'm Dice K, the ship's provisions manager. I'm not sure what I can offer you, but if I can help, I will. And if not, I'm happy just to talk.
Where do you get supplies if you've never had contact with anyone?
We manage. I know back on Earth, there used to be stores all over the place. Some that even specialize in specific types of goods, if you can imagine. But here, this is it. We have very limited supplies. Most of our stuff is recycled, even the food, in a roundabout way, if you know what I mean. It works out for the most part, because it has to. You'll sense a running theme with that around here.
Oh. So is this some sort of shop?
Not really. Things don't work that way here. It's not a shop like you hear about in the books and movies, or where you're probably from. Almost everything is communal or shared in some way, but sometimes people want a little something extra or special for themselves. So when that happens, they come to me. Mostly, I just keep track of the ship's inventory and help ration the supplies so we don't run out.
Okay.
Be seeing you.
These are exciting times, aren't they?
We got pears and
Boy,
juice
am I
down
glad
there.
you weren't some sort of alien or something.
Ooh, look at this. Oh man, they've got cinnamon rolls. They're not doing too bad. Oh, I can't steal the med pack specials. Oh. Man, I love the diversity of food that you can find in this game. It's just
Keeping track of
crazy.
all our supplies is more difficult than you might think.
Ooh, hey. Ooh, fully loaded Bloody Mary sparkling wine pale ale. These guys are doing pretty good for themselves. Gotta say, I'm impressed.
No, I didn't say that. Clearly, that's ridiculous. I mean, are you sure that was me?
No, that was definitely you, and you definitely said that.
Wow.
I remember.
Hi. Okay. Fine. You're right. But anyway, I'm glad I was wrong then.
What are they talking about?
Hey.
Classroom. Okay, so that's the elevator we saw upstairs
Now
by
that
the
we
classroom.
know what's out there, things are gonna be more interesting.
Wow. I've heard about you. But
Sure is
you
nice
are.
to know
Forever
there are other
Among the
people out there.
Stars. A book of poetry which contributes, or with contributions written by various people who once lived on board the ECS Constant. Okay, here we go. Homegrown poetry from the settlers here. Dots. Endless black points of light. Our home becomes smaller, ever smaller, against the vast tapestry of the infinite. A home I will never know grows as we approach. Alexis Shannon Samuels. Same and different. Every night I sleep in the same bed, in the same room, on the same ship, in different space, under the light of different stars. Ever toward a different homeworld. David Ortiz. Ill-fated, Earth is doomed, but we persist. The future depends on our sacrifice. It's not easy. It never is. We are the ancestors of the new human race, forging forward where others daren't tread. They mocked our perseverance, as they often do. They said we were insane, but whose history books will they read when the light no longer shines on Earth? Hoi Dereni. Untitled Limerick. A foul-mouthed old lass liked to curse. Her husband, he was quite adverse. She said he had gall and punched a wall. He had to admit that was worse.
These are
Give me
exciting
limericks.
times, aren't they?
I love the limericks.
Just because our
Okay.
equipment's old doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers.
Bathroom. Okay. Cozy. Soap dispenser, nice. Right. Okay,
Never
cruise
seen a
quarters,
ship like
lift,
yours before.
security.
But then again, I haven't seen any
Careful waving that
ships
fancy gun
working
around.
right.
We don't need to see what it can do.
Weapon rack. What have we here? Well, I better not open it, but looks like shotguns with scopes on it or something. Weapon workbench, spacesuit workbench. The brig.
The Constant is a peaceful ship. Don't change that.
No one in the brig.
Just stay out of trouble.
Records. Look at all these old computers. Wow.
I've lived my entire life in the Constant. I'm not sure how else to live.
Why are such ancient computers on a spaceship? An intergalactic spaceship. Traveling to a different... This is from the 1990s.
Boy, I'm glad you weren't some sort of alien or something.
Great Expectations, I think we read that one. Okay, lots of... The Comet. Well, W.E... Okay, we read that. Tales of Space and Time, we read that. Moby Dick, I've read this. But not here. Call Me Ishmael. Some years ago, never mind how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse and nothing particularly to interest me on shore, I thought I would sail about a little and see the watery part of the world. And so continues Melville's classic tale of revenge and obsession for a total of 341 pages. Of course they have to mention how big it is. Dracula! Chapter 1, Jonathan Harker's journal, kept in shorthand, 3rd of May, Bistritz. Left Munich at 8:35 p.m. On 1st May, arriving at Vienna early next morning. Should have arrived at 6:46, but train was an hour late. Budapest seems a wonderful place, from the glimpse which I got of it from the train and the little I could walk through the streets. I feared to go very far from the station, as we had arrived late and would start as near the correct time as possible. The impression I had was that we were leaving the west and entering the east, the most western of splendid bridges over the Danube, which is here of noble width and depth, took us among the traditions of Turkish rule. So begins Bram Stoker's 1897 masterpiece, Dracula, a book that would define horror for generations to come. Oliver Twist. Chapter 1. Treats of the place where Oliver Twist was born and of the circumstances attending his birth. Among other public buildings in a certain town, for which many reasons it'll be prudent to refrain from mentioning, and to which I will assign no fictitious name, there is one anciently common to most towns, great or small, to wit, a workhouse. And in this workhouse was born, on a day and a date which I need not trouble myself to repeat, inasmuch as it can be of no possible consequence to the reader, in this stage of the business at all events, the item of mortality, whose name is prefixed to the head of this chapter. The subsequent chapters of Charles Dickens' novel trace Oliver Twist's journey from parish boy to street thief to happy heir and adopted son. Hey, visit London landmark on Earth. That got me the London landmark on Earth. Yay, hooray. The Count of Monte Cristo. This is why I'm reading all of these. I want landmarks on Earth. On the 24th of February, 1815, the lookout at Notre Dame de la Garde signaled the three-master, the Pharaon from Smyrna, Trieste, and Naples. As usual, the pilot put off immediately and rounding the Chateau d'Oeuf, got on board the vessel between Cape Moragu and Rion Island. Immediately, and according to custom, the ramparts of Fort Saint-Jean were covered with spectators. It is always an event at Marseille for a ship to come into port, especially when this ship, like the Pharaon, has been built, rigged, and laden at the old Foci docks and belongs to an owner of the city. Thus begins Alexander Dumas's literary classic, which tells the story of Edmond Dantes and his exquisite revenge against the man who so deeply wronged him. So I'm guessing we're going to get a landmark if the story that we read gives you identifiable details that you can see from space, like a number of rivers coming together or something. Nicholas Nickleby. Chapter 1 introduces all the rest. There once lived in a sequestered part of the country of Devonshire one Mr. Godfrey Nickleby, a worthy gentleman who, taking it into his head rather late in life that he must get married and not being young enough or rich enough, I think we read this one. Hard times. Book the first, Sewing, Chapter 1, The One Thing Needful. Now what I want is facts. Teach these boys and girls nothing but facts. Facts alone are wanted in life. Plant nothing else, and root out everything else. You can only form the minds of reasoning animals upon facts. Nothing else will ever be of any service to them. This is the principle on which I bring up my own children, and this is the principle on which I bring up these children. Stick to facts, sir! By far the smallest of Charles Dickens' novels, Hard Times chronicles the lives of the residents of Coketown, a fictional Victorian industrial mill city. Bleak House. Chapter 1. In Chancery, London. Michaelmas term lately over, and the Lord Chancellor sitting in Lincoln's Inn Hall, implacable November weather. As much mud in the streets as if the waters had but newly retired from the face of the earth, and it would not be wonderful to meet a megalosaurus, 40 feet long or so, waddling like an elephantine lizard upon Holborn Hill. Smoke lowering down from chimney pots, making a soft black drizzle, with flakes of soot in it as big as full-grown snowflakes, gone into mourning, one might imagine, for the death of the sun. Dogs indistinguishable in mire, horses scarcely better, splashed to their very blinkers, foot passengers jostling one another's umbrellas in a general infection of ill temper, and losing their foothold at street corners, where tens of thousands of other foot passengers have been slipping and sliding since the day broke, if this day ever broke, adding new deposits to the crust upon crust of mud, sticking at those points tenaciously to the pavement and accumulating at compound interest. Considered by some experts to be the best novel Charles Dickens had ever written, Bleak House is a scathing satire of the British judiciary system. Whoa, War of the Worlds, yeah! Book 1, The Coming of the Martians. 1, The Eve of the War. No one would have believed in the last years of the 19th century that this world was being watched keenly and closely by intelligences greater than man's and yet as mortal as his own. That as men busied themselves about their various concerns, they were scrutinized and studied, perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacency, men went to and fro over this globe about their little affairs, serene in their assurance of their empire over matter. It is possible that the infusoria under the microscope do the same. No one gave a thought to the other worlds of space as source of human danger, or thought of them only to dismiss the idea of life upon them as impossible or improbable. It is curious to recall some of the mental habits of those departed days. At most, terrestrial men fancied there might be other men upon Mars, perhaps inferior to themselves and ready to welcome a missionary enterprise. Yet across the gulf of space, minds that are to our minds as ours are to those of the beasts that perish, intellects vast and cool and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely drew their plans against us. And early in the 20th century came the Great Disillusionment. The planet Mars, I scarcely need remind the reader, revolves about the sun at a mean distance of 140 million miles, and the light and heat it receives from the sun is barely half of that received by this world. It must be, if the nebular hypothesis has any truth, older than our world, and long before this Earth ceased to be molten, life upon its surface must have begun its course. The fact that it is scarcely 1/7 of the volume of the Earth must have accelerated its cooling to the temperature at which life could begin. It has air and water and all that is necessary for the support of animated existence. While the title may seem obvious, H.G. Wells's War of the Worlds, first serialized in magazines in 1897, is actually believed to be a commentary on Victorian prejudices, insecurities, and values.
And to think all this time we thought we were alone.
I believe I read the Pickwick Papers. A Tale of Two Cities. I don't believe I read this one yet. Book the first, recalled to life. 1, The Period. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light, the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We had nothing before us. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going direct the other way. In short, the period was so far like the present period that some of its noisiest authorities insisted on its being received, for good or for evil, in the superlative degree of comparison only. Charles Dickens's classic novel of society, War, Class, and Family, continues for a total of 341 pages. I love how the very long books, they're like, yeah, this is really long, and it has 300 and something pages. You just need to know how long it is. That's what's important. A Christmas Carol. Stave 1. Marley's Ghost. Marley was dead to begin with. There's no doubt whatever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Scrooge signed it, and Scrooge's name was good upon change for anything he chooses to put his hand to. Old Marley was dead as a doornail. Charles Dickens' 1843 novella, considered his most famous work, chronicles the redemption of the miserly Ebenezer Scrooge, as he is visited by 4 ghosts who force him to analyze his life and the decisions he made. I don't think that it's a coincidence that we're mainly finding novels from the same authors, and they're all authors from the 1800s or early 20th century, probably the only ones that are in the public domain, and therefore can be included in this book without royalties being paid. In this, did I say book? I meant in this game. David Copperfield, all right. Come on, give me more locations. I've only gotten 1 so far. Chapter 1, I am born. Whether I shall turn out to be the hero of my own life, or whether that station will be held by anyone else, these pages must show. To begin my life with the beginning of my life, I record that I was born, as I have been informed and believe, on a Friday at 12 o'clock at night. It was remarked that the clock began to strike, and I began to cry, simultaneously. First published as a serial from 1849 to 1850, Charles Dickens's David Copperfield tells the tale of a grown man looking back on his own life and all the events that shaped him. The Origin of Species, Darwin. Chapter Variation under Domestication, Chapter 1. Included is a rather incomprehensible list of varieties of species. When we look to the individuals of the same variety or subvariety of our older cultivated plants and animals, one of the first points which strikes us is that they generally differ much more from each other than do the individuals of any one species or variety in a state of nature. When we reflect on the vast diversity of the plants and animals which have been cultivated and which have varied during all ages under the most difficult climates and treatments, I think we are driven to conclude that this greater variability is simply due to our domestic productions having been raised under conditions of life not so uniform as, and somewhat different from, those to which the parent species have been exposed under nature. Darwin's theory on the origin of species on Earth continues through 14 full chapters, ranging from biology to geography and everything in between. Have I read the library?
What else is out there?
That's the entire library aboard the ship.
Miss Julia, can we watch that movie with all the superheroes in it again?
We'll see. We have a lot of movies to get through, but maybe during our next group choice time, if you can convince the other children.
I'm so glad I can now go to Earth if I really want to.
Hey everyone, Miss Julia said we could watch it again.
And then maybe we can watch one of the sequels some other time.
Okay, that was Records.
They made more of them?
Living Quarters 1, Living Quarters 2. My God.
Beyond our little community.
They really built the whole ship, didn't they?
Work to do. Oh. All right.
Count of Monte Cristo, we read that. The Comet, I think we just read that.
So many lives from birth to death spent on this ship. The lengths humans will go to.
There's so much more to learn about now.
Ghost Report, we have not read that. I heard it again, the unintelligible whispers. When I closed my eyes to sleep, this time they were accompanied by some faint tapping of nails against metal, like some sort of Morse code, but I couldn't tell you what it translates to. The raspy voices sound otherworldly, echoing in my ears. I reported it to Officer Rita, but he said it's probably just some kids playing, making noises against the ventilation. But while everyone's sleeping, why would they do that? I've asked some of the parents, but they all said the kids were sound asleep. If this keeps happening, I don't know what I'll do. I feel like I'm going out of my mind, and losing another night's sleep is going to take its toll on me. Maybe I need to take a trip to the mausoleum and pay my respects to the dead. It's weird that we keep them on board, right? They could be getting as restless as we. Okay. Well, I didn't think about ghosts on a ship that's been sailing through space for 200 years. But now that's all I'm thinking about. The Pickwick Papers. Oh, little stuffies. I mean, these must have been on Earth.
Sure is nice to know there are other people out there.
Before they left. Dude. Dude, chill out. I'm not gonna hurt you. Don't be scared, man. It's okay. Wait, you're not looking at me? What are you looking at? Are you looking at ghosts? What are you looking at, man? You're freaking me out. Dude, what are you... I just read about tapping on the wall on this guy. He's just looking over his shoulder at the ceiling. What? What is it, man? Dude, stop it. You're freaking me out. God. Count of Monte Cristo, Christmas Carol. Happy Bert. Christmas Carol, Tale of Two Cities.
Hey, Abe?
That's me. What can I do for you?
Any idea how much longer until we can get down to the surface?
Well, it's tricky. We've got top people working on it as we speak. I know you're anxious. We all are, believe me.
Oh.
I know, not what you wanted to hear, but as soon as I know something, I'll be sure to pass it along. Hang in there! Whew, what a day! I'm looking forward to some time alone with my hubby.
This guy.
Oh, hi! Hello! You're the alien, the person that came from out there, in space, that we weren't expecting at all. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Can we start this over?
It's okay. Let's just move on.
Yeah. Calming down. Here we go. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm Abe Levitz. Abe Levitz. I'm the cabin manager here, so if there's anything you need during your stay, I'm happy to accommodate.
Man, this guy's got some crazy eyeliner. Hang on just a second. I'll be right back.
I'm listening. Take your time.
Okay, sorry about that. Hopefully Abe here, whatever his name is, has been entertaining you guys. Well, I suddenly find myself needing to go. Or, thanks, I'll keep you in mind.
Please do, even if you just want to schmooze.
Oh, I always want to schmooze.
Did I say something wrong?
I don't recognize some of the words you're using. Can you help me out?
Oh, you must mean the Yiddish. It's an old family tradition. The Levitts have been trying to keep it alive for hundreds of years now. See, we didn't think the language would survive if we didn't. so we charged ourselves with preserving it. It's a point of pride for our family, and something I'd like to pass on to others so they don't forget. Like my great-great-great-great-grandmother's latke recipe.
Can you tell me more about yourself?
Me? Hey, well, there's not much to say. I take care of people here. I live with my husband, Daisuke, no kids. We passed on having a surrogate so others could have larger families. Instead, I get to spend time with everyone in their families here. They call me their bubby because I'm like the grandmother they never had. I may have had something to do with that nickname.
Wait a minute. He just said that he passed off on having kids. But then he also said that he was hoping to pass down his Yiddish. So I guess he's just going to have to teach other people or something? What do you do as a cabin manager?
Ah, glad you asked. I coordinate cabin maintenance, plan activities, even help settle domestic disputes. It's a demanding job, but in short, I'm here to keep people happy. I try to keep both the kids and adults entertained. Scavenger hunts, sing-alongs, fun little art projects, you name it. We also have regular media nights where a historian, Julia Yang, screens old movies, plays music, and exposes us to other Earth media.
Savage Snail says, ha ha ha, Ox, main quest line, Raffle. Look, I had intended to get back to the main plot, but then I saw this cool ship. It's been floating for 200 years. It's a colony ship. I couldn't not explore it. I gotta do it. Like, what if I miss out on my opportunity or forget about it?
Did I say something wrong?
Did people really think I was some sort of alien?
People didn't know what to think. Here we are, minding our own business out in deep space, all alone. Then we hear some sort of garbled transmissions on the radio. Real screechy, real inhuman sounding stuff. Then you show up? People had all sorts of fakakta theories. Aliens, time travelers, you name it. We watch a lot of old movies, so... Anyway, it spooked the bejesus out of us because we were expecting to find nobody.
Gustavo Plays says, how are you live before I woke up for work, lol? I just started my shift. What can I say? I've been working late. All right, that's all.
Don't be a stranger now. Oh, I've always wanted to say that.
Oh, God, that's all with him.
I don't know, but he deserves whatever he gets. Do you know him?
And to think, all this time we thought we were alone.
I know, but aren't you worried about running out of food? He can't save us from that.
We always grow extra. Just ask
Oh, a little fish tank. Oh, I want one. I want one for my ship.
I just don't think it's fair to the rest of us. I work hard too.
not as hard as
I've lived my entire life in the constant. I'm not sure how else to live.
Let me
Okay.
time you save us all from a terrible laundry accident.
Wow.
Another
I heard
restroom.
about you, but
So many lives from birth to death spent on this ship. The lengths humans will go to is astounding.
I mean, I probably don't need to inspect every single one of these, but I gotta be thorough, man. Communal showers, lovely. Savage Snail says, Ox, mate, when I start playing tomorrow, I'll be side questing across the universe. Yeah, I think many people will be. You and me both. All of the side quests, I'll take them all. Phil says, I like that Abe guy, lol. I like him too. He was funny. Okay, living quarters too.
Wow. Hi.
Wow, hi. All right, we got Da Costa. I mean, this is, if you're thinking about it, this ship is very much like a Vault-Tec vault. 200 years, closed off to society, generations of people. It's very similar. Ooh, an antique toy motorcycle. I want that too. Should I just kill everybody so I can take all their cool stuff?
I wonder what it's like out there beyond our little community.
No, that would be bad, wouldn't it? All right, I'll try not to be bad. Okay. DaCosta, that one's not labeled. What's this? A little piggy bank. That's so cool. I love all the little props. Okay.
Now that we know what's out there, things are going to be more interesting from here on out.
Mess hall, records, security. We've done it. We've done the full loop. That goes back to the bathroom. Right, let's take the elevator.
I wonder what else is out there.
We've been to command. We've been to residential. Let's go to maintenance.
We've got strict rules around here, but they're strict for a reason.
Medical bay.
Boy, am I glad you weren't some sort of alien or something.
She is just chewing on her words.
These are exciting times, aren't they?
Dr. Lorelei DaCosta. We've been in her room.
Wait, how is it I don't know you? I know everyone on this ship.
Turn around. I'm behind you. You're on a swivel chair. Just swivel. We could lie and say, you don't remember me? I'm your good friend Oxhorn. Man, I would have so much fun with the second playthrough where I did just all the lies and the horrible dialogue options. But it's my first playthrough. I can't do that, so I'm going to be nice. We could say it sounds like maybe your memory isn't what it once was. Well, just say I'm a visitor from outside the ship.
Oh my. Yes, of course. Sorry, I was with a difficult patient when the announcement came through. But now I remember. They sent my husband, Mabuti, to greet you. It's quite fortunate that you arrived when you did, for Mabuti's sake. Hopefully you can help resolve our current predicament.
For Mabuti's sake? It didn't seem like anything was wrong with him.
There isn't. At least not in the medical sense. Since he was one of the eldest on board, he was ready to volunteer for termination. Thankfully, since you've arrived, that no longer seems necessary.
Does that mean what I think it means?
It means that he was going to volunteer his own life for the sake of the others on this ship, due to limited spaces and supplies. Like the others, his life would then be honored with special distinction and recorded for history. Rarely we had to make difficult choices when no one would volunteer. But Mabuti, he's too generous to let that happen.
Did she just say that her Mabuti was generous? I too have a generous Mabuti. I'm so naming my next character Mabuti. But that's what we just heard was really dark. I mean, understandable and necessary, I suppose, but dark. We could say, how barbaric. I can't believe there was no other way. Or, you gotta do what you gotta do. Or, well, hopefully the situation no longer calls for it. Or, that's terrible, but I understand it's necessary for the greater good. Let's say, well, hopefully the situation no longer calls for it.
I certainly hope so, too. It shouldn't.
I hope nobody needs to volunteer for such an honor ever again.
I'm not talking to you. Why am I now in Barrett's dialogue tree?
Well, okay then.
Can I finish?
Perhaps I can soon retire. That's something people used to do, I hear. Sometimes difficult choices must be made.
Oh, but this is the best
We
choice.
did what we believed we needed to do to keep humanity alive on this ship.
This is the best thing I'm going to say the entire time I stream Starfield. Here it is. What was wrong with my booty?
Nothing. Not in the medical sense. As one of the eldest on board, he was ready to volunteer for termination. But thanks to your arrival, that is no longer needed.
Does that mean what I think it means?
We're going through the same thing.
It means that he was going to volunteer like the others.
Stop it.
Rarely we had...
I didn't realize. Okay. That's terrible, but I understand it's necessary for the greater good.
I know you think it's not quite right, but thank you for understanding. With luck, it won't come to it, I hope.
The solution you have all concocted might be considered voluntary, but is not really, is it?
Why am I now in his dialogue tree? All right, this is
okay.
A bug. I just want to
I don't have much to spare, but if you are ever injured, I will try my best to help.
What happens if the population grows too much?
We try our best to avoid that through careful family planning. Rarely we run into situations where things do not go according to plan. And then we must adjust and make difficult decisions concerning our community and resources. We never do anything without careful consideration. But at the end of the day, we need to do what is best for the ship, so as not to put everyone in jeopardy.
Can I assume you're the chief medical officer?
Indeed. There aren't many doctors on board. In addition to regular checkups, I perform surgeries, obstetrics, and other medical procedures. I also help train the next generation of doctors. After all, someone must. It's demanding work.
I could use some medical supplies.
Yes, but please, be mindful. I don't have many extra supplies.
And she takes credits. She does. She takes a currency that she has no business using. Unless the currency was used on Earth, and they just continue to use it in the settled systems, which I suppose is possible. I need help, Doc.
Hold still for just a moment, please, while I look you over. It doesn't look bad. Should be quick to treat you.
400 credits? No thanks.
I'll still be here if you change your mind. Take care of yourself out there.
That's the visitor over there.
I think you're right. Should we go say something?
Yeah. Wait, no. I have no idea what to say. I'm so embarrassed.
No, I'm sure there'll be.
Guess we'll have to think
Ooh.
of something by then.
They've got all sorts of technology on here. I don't want to steal all of that. Ew. Okay, to the mausoleum. Ooh, okay, somebody died recently. One.
So much more to learn about now.
Wow. This is crazy. But it makes sense. Mausoleum records. ECS Constant Mausoleum Records. We pay our respects to those that came before us on this, our journey to preserve the human race. Malturdbus. Okay. Can't read it. So these are all initials of everyone who's died. I'm surprised they just don't cremate them and like cast the ashes out into space. They save all of the bodies?
Hi there.
Okay. That leads to the lift. We've gone to the mausoleum and medical. Let's go to cargo bay. First, hydroponics.
Hey there.
There's so much more to learn about now.
This is a garden built to sustain the maximum amount of people possible. It's a monument to life.
It is pretty impressive, Barrett, gotta say. They even have trees.
I've lived my entire life in the Constant. I'm not sure how else to live.
We were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship.
Oh. Wow. You're new? Weird. Okay, wasn't expecting this. I guess I should introduce myself? I'm Janet. What's up? You?
I don't know, this is weird for me too. I'm just going around trying to freak people out. Nothing, I just wanted to talk. I'm Oxhorn. I just wanted to introduce myself to everyone.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, I guess. I could take a break to chat if you want.
I mean, you were just leaning against a pillar. I didn't think you were doing anything important. What's it like living on a colony ship?
Oh my god, it's terrible. I don't know how my parents did it, knowing they would never, ever get to leave until they died. Every day, you see exactly the same things. The same people do the same job. It's all the same. All the time. Seriously, the only thing that kept me going was knowing that we were the generation who knew we'd finally get the hell out of here. Although now that we're here, nothing seems to be happening. Sometimes I wonder if my sister was the lucky one.
Uh-oh. Your sister? I don't think I've met her. I mean, she's probably dead.
Well, one of them. I do have a sister on board, Julia, but I'm not talking about her. Julia and I were actually triplets with our sister Jen, but the ship ran out of one of her medications and she didn't make it. Sucks, but it is what it is. We only have so many supplies. We couldn't exactly get anything new along the way. Anyway, it happened a long time ago. I don't really feel that she's lucky. I'm just frustrated.
Cheyenne Williamson says, "You're up early. Gonna have to watch from the start. I've been hearing my name a lot in this game, which is a fun surprise every time you read it." That's right. That's part of lore, the Cheyenne system. Thank you, Cheyenne. What do you do here?
Certainly not what I want to do.
What do you mean by that? You may need to elaborate.
I mean, I hate this job, and there's really nothing I can do about it. I'm the cultivation manager. Fancy words for farmer and fertilizer collector. I didn't have a choice. Most people don't. You get a job, and that's it. Like, I'm great at what I do, but I would enjoy doing literally anything else. Meanwhile, my sister Julia, she gets to hang out with kids all day and watch movies. The kids I couldn't care less about, but she doesn't even care about Earth culture. Ugh.
Ah, that's why her sister kept on saying people say that she hangs out with kids and watches movies. It's because her sister is saying that to her all the time.
Bye.
Oh, well, she was a delight.
Wow, I've heard about you, but here you are.
Okay, I think that's it.
Just because our equipment's old doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers.
And there's our ship,
Careful
right?
waving that fancy gun around. We don't need to see what it can do.
We were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship.
There was one person I didn't talk to. Trying to find him. Command.
Just stay out of trouble.
I wonder what else is out there.
Where's Mabudi? We saw him when we came in, but I didn't get to say
No
hi.
matter what the future holds, I think I'll always be more comfortable in space.
Where did he go?
We didn't believe anyone would be out here, but I'm glad for it.
Just because our equipment's old doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers.
Now that we know what's out there, things are gonna be more interesting from here on out.
Wow, Mabudi just disappeared.
Never seen a ship like yours before. Then again...
I came all the way up there to talk to Mabudi, and he just scampered.
We've got strict rules around here, but they're strict for a reason.
Okay, well, let's resolve this situation. By going back to the ship.
Leave this little tip. Exploring the galaxy is hard work. Trust me, I know. But stop by sometime and let's talk. Just us adventurers, okay?
What do you want to talk about? Have we not talked? I'm done talking. I'll talk to you later. Gat says he'll be in
Hello.
sickbay, Ox. I was in sickbay and I didn't see anyone there. All right, let's go back to the planet's surface. Why can't I select it? All right, I'll go through the map. Paradisio.
Hello, and welcome back. Mr. Tofik, I am aware that this is your 8th visit to our resort. Your repeat patronage is much appreciated. Is there any assistance I may offer you today?
Actually, a question. Usually when I come here, the shuttle takes a certain route, showing me the beauty of this world. But this time, our entries seem to take longer, and we pass by a lot more open water. Was there something wrong with our normal flight path? I heard the rumors of a ship in orbit.
Please allow me to apologize for this inconvenience. This alternate entry was required due to a meteor shower affecting the usual descent route. Nothing to worry about. To make up for this, allow me to credit your account with a 15% discount on spa amenities. Once again, we are dreadfully sorry.
It's okay, Viator. I know you're programmed to be overly concerned with your service. I just wanted to know why. But thank you for crediting my account anyway. Hey, I noticed you arriving at port shortly after I did. Something's been bothering me, and I've been dying to ask another guest. They told us there was a very active meteor shower, which is why we had to divert our flight path coming in for our landing. But I haven't seen a single shooting star since I've been here. That's weird, right?
Now, we told the guy that we were going to keep this under wraps, so let's see. We could say it's probably nothing. I would just relax on your vacation and not worry about it. I came here on a different way on my own ship. It's not a meteor shower. It's a ship, and the Paradisio group doesn't want you to know about it. We could lie and say, I honestly don't know what you're talking about. Let's say I came here a different way on my own ship.
Oh, that's fair. I'll just have to ask around. The view coming in is so beautiful. You should really take the shuttle here sometime. Unless, of course, they've done away with that flight path for some reason. I sure hope not. Anyway, enjoy your stay. Sorry for bothering you.
I hope your stay is a pleasant one.
That is a cool looking robot. Okay. Right.
Yes?
Hello?
So we need to go to the owner.
Wow, will you look at that? An oasis in this hostile galaxy. I hope you brought your swimsuit.
Enhance! What? Who is...
Darling, you look truly amazing. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Thank you, Violet.
Why, hello, darling. Welcome to Enhance Paradiso. You too can use our services to help you feel as good about your appearance as I do mine. We can make you thinner, larger, change your hair, your face, or even your sex. Anything you want.
Oh, wow.
Or perhaps I can interest you in the Paradiso Getaway Bundle promotion. This is a one-time offer for new Paradiso customers. Once you decline, it's gone.
Really? What is the Paradisio Getaway Bundle?
We simply book 2 sessions for you for a greatly reduced price. Why, you might ask? Many Paradiso guests come to get away from their normal lives, and often they like to believe what happens here stays here. So, they will change their appearance not only when they get here to engage in some fun, but also when they leave to go back to their normal lives.
I'm thinking about getting some work done. Can you make any recommendations?
Oh no, I know that some other Enhanced hosts might do that as a way to upsell our services, but not me. No. Here I only want you to be comfortable with who you are. You should not feel pressured by anyone else to look one way or another. Being happy with your body comes from pleasing yourself, not by pleasing others.
Chad is telling me that it's 500 credits on other planets. Yeah, but it's 700 credits for 2. So if I were to take this, I'd be saving 300 credits and I'd be getting 2. But I'm gonna pass anyway. I'm not interested in changing my appearance.
Certainly. Service at our regular price will always be available to you if you change your mind. What can I do for you now?
Now it's 500 credits. Do you use Enhance's services as well? Either way, you look great!
That's very kind of you to say. I have put many credits into my appearance, and I am proud of how I look. There is no shame in paying to look good. I regularly use Enhanced services. A little tweak here or there, every so often, keeps things interesting. And the fact that it is hard to notice proves the quality of our work.
I didn't expect to find an Enhance here. Do that many people get work done while on vacation?
Oh, you're too pure for this world. Yes, especially when on vacation. Oh, don't look so surprised, darling. Have you ever seen someone come back from a break looking more refreshed and vibrant than ever? It's not uncommon for people to get little touch-ups while away. Better that than risk the embarrassment of bumping into friends at their local Enhance.
All right.
Thank you for stopping by.
It's good to know that she's there with an available service. But we need to go and talk to the big kahuna.
I'm here to help if you need it.
Well, thank you.
Hey, hope you're enjoying yourself.
It's like we just entered a brochure. I bet they'll bill us for walking through the door. Got a moment? Let's catch up.
Okay, Barrett wants to talk.
Talk to me. I've been thinking a lot about my early days in Constellation lately. Got me pretty nostalgic, and I started digging in some old things. Just sort of reminiscing. I found some of Irvin's last messages to me and thought I'd listen to them again to hear his voice.
I hope that was comforting. That sounds depressing. Were these previously unread messages? Or, whoa, wait, what are you talking about? I think he'd be upset if we forgot about his husband. So we'll say, were these previously unread messages?
No, I apparently read at least a few of these. I just don't remember. It was a difficult time.
I hope it was comforting.
It was surreal, honestly. So most of the messages were everyday things. Lots of excitedly written news about biodiversity and plant life. But one thing stood out. In one of his messages, he mentioned this job that he took at a mine shortly before he died. He said something terrible was happening there. But the message was garbled after that.
Huh. Interstellar communication isn't always reliable. I hope there's a point to this story. Are you seriously worried about something from 20 years ago? I guess we'll go with number one. The other two were just mean.
True, but this was different. I recognized this pattern from the war. A portion of the message was encrypted. Well, Vasco helped me decipher it. Turns out the message was from Irvin, and he was begging me to help him. The message was short, but his voice was pained. He was so upset.
Oh my gosh. Let's get the time machine, we could say. Not the time for sarcasm. That must have been difficult to hear, Barrett. What was the message? He was injured? Let's try he was injured.
No, he was frustrated and angry. He said they were going to destroy his name.
What was the message?
He said they were going to destroy his life if he didn't leave the planet now. Then he asked me to help clear his name. Said they had a case against him. Oh, he sounded so upset.
That must have been difficult to hear, Barrett.
Yes. Hearing his voice in so much pain was very difficult. Oh, I wish I had noticed this message when he sent it. So in this message, Irvin said he was being framed. He said they'll do it again. He asked if Constellation could send more help.
This recording is 20 years old. Irvin is dead. We can't help him. Who is they?
His former employers at some job he took before he died. I think it was a mining company.
Framed for what?
Not exactly sure, but he mentioned a court case. So I think there's a paper trail.
You didn't notice this encrypted message before?
No, I just thought it was garbled. I just wasn't paying attention. I don't know.
This recording is 20 years old.
It is, but I was thinking about it and, well, it's still wrong, right? So I figured, hey, I can do some sort of a remote investigation here, see what I can find out. There's gotta be a paper trail, right? Now, I happen to have a trustworthy contact who knows a bit about law and owes me a favor. I'd need to pay in advance in case there are any access fees or bribes.
Really? What's your contact going to do for us?
He knows how to navigate archived and redacted legal documents, so he'll look for anything to do with Irvin on Gagarin. If those documents are protected, he might have to pay to access them. Might need to grease some palms, too.
All right. We can pay 2,500 credits and say this should be enough.
That works. I'll tell them to go ahead with the investigation. You know, hearing Irvin's voice again made me want to help him, even though I know I can't. Does that make any sense?
No, it doesn't make sense. Irvin is gone. If Irvin was that upset, then it must still be important. We could flirt with him and say, everything makes sense when you say it, Barrett. Or do you think this will help him? I guess we'll say that one.
No, I know I can't. I just don't want whoever hurt him to get away with it, if that's what happened.
If Irvin was that upset, then it must still be important.
I appreciate that. It's going to be hard to get some sleep tonight after all this. But the fact that I'm doing something about it might be enough to help. Hopefully poking around in old records doesn't catch the attention of Hephaestus. Well, anyway, I'll let you know if my contact finds anything.
Okay, we got a new mission status activity. Deathica says, holy smokes, did you wake up at 3 a.m. to stream? Yeah, something like that.
We've got some of the best private security in the settled systems.
executive floor.
Excuse me, you can't just waltz in there. Do you have an appointment?
Whoa, okay, do I really need one? I'm here on important business. Don't you know who I am? Or I kind of do. You have a problem with the ship in orbit, and I'm here to help. Well, we're not supposed to talk to anyone about it, so I'm gonna say, I'm here on important business. Don't you know who I am?
I really don't, and I can't have you barging in on the executives while they're working. So if you need something, you can talk to me. That's the best I can do, I'm afraid.
Am I forced to talk with her about this? Do I really need one?
I'm afraid so, yes. Sorry, but that's just how it is with the board. They're generally very busy, so any outside parties need to book appointments in advance.
Okay, looks like I'm forced to tell her about the ship in orbit.
Oh, you're the one they're waiting for then. Do you need anything else from me before you meet with the board?
What's it like working for Paradisio?
I can't speak for anyone else, but I've got a pretty high-pressure job working as the executive assistant to the Paradisio board. You can imagine, dealing with a team of execs, trying to manage all of their schedules and their other whims. But it pays well, and they give me a nice executive suite at the hotel to live in, so it's not all bad. Free access to all the resort's amenities after work helps too.
What were everyone's thoughts when the ECS Constant showed up?
People were a little freaked out around here, understandably. It looks so different and it's so massive. We honestly thought we were under attack by an unknown entity. But then, nothing happened. It just stayed there. No one could communicate with it. And we've been very careful not to alert the resort guests. The board believed it would be bad for business.
Okay, so it's just the guests I can't tell this about. What can you tell me about the board members?
What I could tell you would get me in a lot of trouble. Most of them are typical C-level execs. I doubt you even need to use your imagination for that. The ones that show up to work day to day, at least. I swear, I've never even met some of them, because they chill at their own private secluded beach homes all the time. Anyway, be smart around Oliver. He's got a way of getting what he wants without you realizing it. And that's all I'll say.
Okay, I'm ready to go into the boardroom.
Sure. Have fun in the shark tank. And don't worry, even they call it that.
All right, I'll try not to worry. Speak with Oliver Campbell.
I just feel that we should be focusing on the natural beauty of this planet, not our amenities.
There are millions of planets out there. People can go to any one of them. The resort facilities are precisely what we bring to the table. Heck, it's the only thing we've really got to offer.
I don't want to risk us coming off as just another artificial, shady, trash-filled dump like Neon. That's not who we are. We've got something special here. We should embrace that.
Belom's right.
Thank you.
We don't want to compete with Neon. Bayou's ruthless. He'll do anything he can to eliminate the competition. We don't need that kind of trouble. That being said, I think there's a middle ground. Maybe build up the beachfront in a boardwalk amusement park. I've had this idea to build artificial hot springs, that sort of thing.
Sounds good. I'll look into what that will cost us and we can circle back around to this.
Okay, gonna do a hard save. And we can
If it's
talk
not
to
important,
Oliver.
bring it up with Kiwi.
With a name like Paradisio, the marketing for this place writes itself.
You're lucky I'm not like the other board members, lazing about the beaches without a care in the universe.
You operate this resort outside the settled systems, don't you?
Not quite. We just don't answer to the Freestar Collective or the United Colonies. Makes things easier. We don't pay any taxes, we don't need to follow their laws. All the benefits, none of the drawbacks. And no one minds because half the politicians and other big shots love vacationing here. Works for everyone.
What can you tell me about Paradisio?
We, the Paradisio Group, bought the rights to this planet years ago with the intent of turning it into the biggest and best resort in the universe. To that end, I'd say we've succeeded. As such, no other leisure enterprises may operate on the planet without renting land from us. But as you can see, none can afford such a deal.
That little chuckle. Are there really only 3 board members?
No, of course not. There's several more. We're just the ones who show up day to day. The others spend their time lazing on the beach or gallivanting off-world. Doesn't bother me, though. Less cooks in the kitchen means I get to make all the big decisions around here. Seems to be working out for us just fine.
I understand you're the man I need to talk to about the strange ship in orbit.
I am. And you must be the diplomat Giro told me about. Welcome, welcome. Normally I'd offer you an all-inclusive stay at our resort before we spoke. But given the circumstances, I'm going to cut to the chase. We've got our friends, the aliens, up there causing all sorts of problems for our resort. You like that? The marketing team came up with it. The thought is, if we can't get rid of them, it might actually attract more tourism. Come see the aliens!
This guy! Sure, whatever, it's brilliant. That's despicable. You know it's not true. People are never going to fall for that. Why is this problem so urgent to you? Or let's just get to the matter at hand. Let's ask why it's urgent.
We run a premier resort getaway here. We can't have our guests concocting stories about some budgy old ship hanging around up there. As it is, we've had to reroute our luxury liners round the other side of the planet on entry so no one sees it. It's bad for business. We need to nip this in the bud and take care of it before the tourists catch on and cause a scene.
Well, let's just get to the matter at hand.
Ah, we're being direct then. Good on you. So, what do you know about this dodgy ship I'm hearing all about?
Good on ya. Well, what to say? It's a generation ship full of colonists from Earth here after 200 years. It's a rickety old Earth ship full of uptight colonists who think they own your planet. Old Earth colonists desperate to settle after 200 years. I'm sure you can exploit that. What would you say if I told you it really was an alien mothership here to destroy the planet? Oh, part of me wishes I could choose that one. Well, let's try the first option.
Well, that's something. Shame we can't just tell them kindly to bugger off. Something tells me that's not going to work. Now, tell me, what are we going to do about it? Give me some proposals, people. I need something to work with here.
We could offer to resettle them here. There's more than enough space.
They could stay here, temporarily, but it'll cost them. Quite a bit, too. They'd need to work off all their debts before being allowed to leave.
So slavery.
Maybe not. What if we help them get out of here? Outfit their ship with a grav drive so they can find a new home. We could even lend our engineers to help and give their captain an updated star map. What do you think?
Sounds costly. We can't absorb that cost, and it's unlikely they even have compatible currency, let alone enough for the transaction. Someone else would have to foot the bill.
Oh, I swear this would be a lot easier if they ceased to exist entirely. Anyway, Seema's got the right idea. Either works for me. Just tell me what you want to do.
Well, why can't they just settle on the other side of the planet or something?
We own this planet, they don't. Here at Paradisio, we don't like leaving things to chance. Who knows what these people will do with their land? Imagine the landscaping disasters they may come up with, and how that might mar the satellite imagery of the planet in our brochures. No, much better to assimilate them into our culture if they come here to live, rather than leave it to chance.
You're probably right. These people could be bad for business in many ways. I understand your point from a business stance, but I disagree. These are human beings, and you're worried about landscaping? That's absurd. We'll go the middle ground here.
And that's within your right. But as the CEO of Paradisio Group, I'm the one who has to make and approve decisions around here, not you. So, as much as I appreciate your feedback, it's not in the best interest of the Paradisio Group to take it into account.
Why can't we just let some other authority handle this?
We operate outside of the Free Stars only, you see, partially because we don't want anyone else meddling in our affairs. And we'd rather not draw attention to it. As I've mentioned, it could be bad for business. We'd much rather settle this independently.
Ceased to exist? Are you suggesting I destroy the ship?
I'm not suggesting anything, other than it would make our lives so much easier if that ship ceased existing. Make of that what you will.
So they can live here, but they'd be indentured servants?
Oh, I didn't say that specifically. This would be a mutual contract for room and board in exchange for services rendered. Of course, there's no telling how long this arrangement will last, given the substantial costs we'd need to take on in order to accommodate them here, including their continued room and board. But this may save the resort on operating costs in the long term, as we'd be able to let go of some of our current paid staff.
Wow. So slavery. Wait, why do I have to buy the grav drive?
It's not our responsibility to bear the brunt of that cost. We're being more than generous by offering the use of our engineering team to help install it. A custom grav drive can't come cheap, and I assume they have neither the monetary means nor the connections to get a hold of that kind of technology. That leaves the only other party in this negotiation. You.
Right, and I'm at the point where I need to make up my mind. Gat says, "Oh, I hate this guy. I really wanted to slap him. He's got a slappable face." Julian Z says, "Wow, Ox, just woke up to good morning. So good to see you on this Starfield Tuesday. Hope you're well. This has to be your earliest stream. Have to go back and watch it 2 times. I know, it probably is. Okay, this is the moment where I need to step away for about 10 minutes. I'll be back as soon as I can. In the meantime, I'll leave you with this charming guy so that you can listen to him and his quips. Be back soon."
No worries, mate, but my time is valuable. Are we talking or not? Him? Him? Are we talking or not? No worries, mate, but my time is valuable.
Yes, man! Okay, well, thank you for your patience, everybody. Hopefully this guy hasn't been too terribly annoying. I'm back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. But that should be my last interruption until I end the program here in about an hour and 30 minutes.
No worries, mate, but my time is valuable.
All right, I think I've made up my mind.
And which proposal will you be taking to the good captain? I assume there's a captain?
No persuasion checks. All right. What if, after all this, they continue to insist their claim to this planet predates yours?
They'd be hard-pressed to defend their claim in any courts. Our charter goes back years. It was registered with both the UC and Freestar Collective, per the Centaurus Proclamation. We may be outside the settled systems, but that charter's official as can be. I'm sorry, but you're going to need to be the one to break the news to them that they need to make a compromise or leave.
Hypothetically, what could make a ship like that go away?
I have no idea, because I'm not suggesting anything of the sort. But it's a wonder that old ship made it all the way here in such a relatively short time. Must have really been pushing themselves. An engineer friend of mine told me once that the reactors on those old ships have a tendency to self-destruct if they overload. Of course, their engineers must have taken great care not to push it too far. Someone would likely have to override the safety systems in the reactor computer. But who would do such a thing?
Absolutely.
You better be asking for your next magic show and not for any stupid reasons.
Wow, Barrett hated that. I was asking a hypothetical. Come on. I don't want to get some hate from Barrett.
Guess we're tabling it for now. Let's circle back around, eh?
I saved right beforehand, right? What's the autosave? That's now. I don't need that hate from Barrett. I just asked a hypothetical, for crying out loud. Well,
What's
it's glad to
not
see that
to
that
love
didn't
about
change.
this planet?
We'll make some time. Hello? I didn't realise Kiwi was letting people in. Not quite. It makes things easier. And knowing mine. We the Paradisio. As such, no. No, of course not. The others spend it. Doesn't bother me, though. I am. But given this circumstance, you like that? We run a premier risk. As it is, we need to nip this. We're being. Well, that's shame we can't just tell. Now, tell me.
They could stay.
We could
Almost.
Sounds costly.
Getting
Someone
through the
else
dialogue.
Oh, I swear this would be.
There we go.
We own this planet. Imagine the landscaping. No. And that's with. So, as we operate outside of it, and we'd rather not. I'm not suggesting any. It's not our responsibility. We're being more than a custom grave drop. That leaves the only other. Oh, I need to say that specific. Of course, there's no tell. But this may say that.
Okay.
And which proposal?
I'll buy the grav drive and convince them to settle elsewhere.
Good on you. You want to see a man named Benny St. James over at Hope Tech. He's the best in the business. If anyone can retrofit a 200-year-old ship with a modern grav drive, it'd be him. We'll coordinate our engineering team with his when you return, though you may have to help the Constance engineers prepare for it on their end. Good luck.
There are so many hospitable planets out there. More than enough for everybody. And the best part is, nobody has to die or become indebted or anything. An elegant solution.
Thank you,
On
Barrett.
behalf of the Paradisio group, we appreciate your help.
All right, well, This guy's a tool.
I'm
but,
sorry. Should I know you?
Wow, who are you? Who are you, lady? Should I know you? I can't even talk to you. That's how unimportant you are. I can't even talk. Oh, I can.
This is a boardroom, not a singles mixer, or whatever you're looking for.
Wow,
Sure
get
you
over
realise
yourself,
how generous
lady.
our offer is. Lending our engineers to help your friends.
Not a singles mixer indeed. Okay, well.
I've been working on a new marketing slogan. Don't just imagine paradise.
Lobby. Now, what if I can't afford this grav drive? That's going to be the big problem.
You'd think we'd be a prime target for pirates.
Yet another nice day in Paradiso.
Gat says, can we kidnap this guy, put him on a ship, and test that theory about an accidental overload? Wouldn't that be nice? Might as well get my fitness thing while I'm here. All right. That did it. 5 more to go.
Hey, you might want this.
Stop giving me food, man.
Hey, how are you?
I'm surprised this quest doesn't give me an option to make a base for them. Right? I mean, I can make colonies of my own. Why can't I just make a colony for them? Okay, so he's on the planet. It's making me open the planet map. Really? Oh, I gotta go all the way to Narian. Okay, so we're back here. But this isn't the solar system we need to go to. The one we need to go to is this one. Go to Hope Tech. On Valo. Hopetown. We've read about Hopetown. No, we heard about Hopetown from one of our crew members. Okay. Von Rex says, shutting doors does help no one see you reimbursing yourself.
Please hold your current speed and heading while we scan you for contraband. And that's it. You're cleared to land at Hopetown.
reimbursing yourself for expenses. I'm talking from the resort, not all sweet looter stuff on the ship. Got you. Well, thank you. Alright, so, Hope Town. Why can't we land? Oh, we gotta scan. Okay, now we can land. There's Hope Tech.
Hey, you might want this.
Stop giving me stuff, Barrett. I don't need your food. Okay, I'm gonna try and make this quick. There's probably 1,000 side quests here, and I don't want to get any of them.
You, look at you.
I don't want to hear any
I can
complaints.
hardly believe it.
It's great to see you. How is Ma?
Oh, same as usual. Except now all she does is goes on and on about how her youngest has made it. Tells everyone you met the Ron Hope.
I mean, Ron Hope's, well, friendly. And incredible. But everyone on the factory floor bumps into him on occasion. It's not that big of a deal.
My brother, the big shot at Hope Tech.
Let's get you settled in.
Okay. Flavor dialogue.
Excuse me. A little desperate here.
Seems like Hope Town sprang up out of nowhere. But it is really hopping, isn't it?
Is that you? Are you talking to me?
All right, Adela. Deep breath. Oh, God.
Well, you wanted to talk to me. Talk. Or you don't look like things are going well.
I'm just great. Grand, really. When I signed on to be a freight captain, I was expecting long hours and dull routes. And now I'm a hair away from being executed. Or worse.
Uh-oh. Kinda busy right now. I might be willing to help for a price. I'm a captain too. Us captains need to stick together, or tell me what's wrong. Let's try us captains need to stick together.
You are sincerely the answer to my prayers. So, I fly a rust bucket called the Markab for a small shipping line. It just started, really. We do bulk shipping, boring stuff like actuators and seed stock and minerals. Have you ever had a standard, boring job just blow up in your face?
I look at situations like that as opportunities. Lots of people just use people like us without giving a crap about us. Something going wrong? Nah, that never has happened to me, or that's the story of my life. Let's try, this one.
A week ago, I would have said something different, but yes, absolutely. So, I just got assigned to the Markab. The first shipment? Slag steel. Nothing special. As soon as I left Neon and got scanned, things got crazy. Spacers, Freestar security, the works. Everyone demanding I power down, hand over the contraband, or sometimes just firing first. I skipped the system, ditched the cargo, and have been running ever since.
Uh-oh. So what were you actually shipping?
I don't know. I was just flying for my life. But some bad people want it.
That is really terrible.
It gets even worse. A tracker just landed, and I just know he's hunting a bounty. Me. But the trick is, everyone knows the ship. But my info isn't in the database yet. All they got is my last name, Fahim. So if you go into the pit stop and claim you're Captain Fahim of the Markab, maybe you can deal with the tracker?
A tracker?
A member of the Trackers Alliance. You know, bang bang, dead or alive bounty hunters?
How am I supposed to deal with the tracker?
I don't know. I don't want anyone to get hurt.
but he may not give you any choice.
How do they only know your name?
The company is, well, a real train wreck. I'm amazed they even have my last name on file. For once, working for such a dump is a good thing.
Why would I do that?
Listen, I just haul, well, garbage. But you, I mean, you're armed and look, well, awesome. I figure you could do a solid for the little guy, girl. Plus credits. I did mention the credits, right?
I guess I'm Captain Fahim then.
You are the best. This slate has everything they know about me. It's not much.
He's the one with the cowboy hat. Just stay safe.
Thank you.
Okay, is this timed? I hope it's not timed. Captain's bounty. It's not timed. I can do this whenever. But let's see. Oh, that's right. I got a bunch of stuff on the ship. Let's sort by... I can't sort by when I looted it. I guess it's not in here. Maybe in miscellaneous? Where would it be? It's a slate. I have to read it in order to answer questions or something, right? Well, I can't find it. Look under new. I tried, but there's no way for me to sort new. And it's not in notes. It's not in notes. Like, I've got one slate, and it's this quest, Secret Outpost. At the bottom of notes. What if I'm right? Nope. Oh, there it is. Adela Fahim slate. Thank you, chat. Shipper Company, Galactic Import/Export, Ship Designation, Marcab, Captain Something Fahim, Manifest 200 tons of slag steel, Port of Origin Neon, Destination pending. Exception waiver fee paid in full, provisional approval granted. Express inspection passed. A 30-day exemption granted by Neon Port Authority pending full registration of Captain Unknown Fahim of Hotel Voli, 1309 B Neon. Right, and just to double check, it's not timed. It's not timed. So beware a guy in a cowboy hat.
Pardon?
Keep an eye on your valuables if you can't protect your own.
Something for you.
He's going to say that every time we zone in until I talk to him.
Lay it on me. Yes, right. Here, check this out.
Alien Scramble. Gosh.
Hope Tech is the everyday working person's ship.
Okay.
Okay, hello.
Hard save.
Oh, hello. Someone worth paying attention to. Hope Tech needs brave new innovations. We're so much more than space freight.
What's it like being an engineer here?
Oh, it's marvelous. Generally, they only care about efficiency, cost-effectiveness and reliability. Oh, sure, there are the odd complaints about comfort and lack of decent airflow, but they almost always side with the numbers.
What ships have you worked on?
Well, all of them. I've been with Mr. Hope since near the beginning. I think he appreciates my attention to detail and my focus on the fundamentals. Although he has been hinting that the R&D budget may dry up if I don't produce results.
I hear you're an expert with grav drives and other ship parts. I need to ask a favor.
Sure, that sounds like me. What can I do for you? I'm a little busy, but I think I could spare some time.
We're all busy. I need to know if you can help put a grav drive on an old colony ship or not. Or Oliver Campbell sent me. I'm here about a grav drive for an old colony ship.
Oh, you should have just said that. Of course I can help you. Oliver sent a courier ahead of you. I did some research on ships from that era, and I have a decent idea what we're dealing with. So grav drives didn't really take off until after the ship was built. But I've got access to an ancient grav drive that looks like it could be compatible. With some minor adjustments. It's in good shape, too. Parts not cheap, though. Neither is the labor. Just pay the combined cost of parts and labor, and it's yours.
40,000 credits? What? Okay. Pass a persuade check. 40,000? Maybe we can find a way to lower that price a bit.
It's a pretty big ask, given how rare these old grav drives are.
Dear God. You've had that old part for how long? And no one has offered to buy it.
Perhaps not. But I don't want to just settle for an offer far below its value. This part is incredibly difficult to come by.
There's no reason for us to have a problem, is there?
I hear you.
Auto persuade.
I'm not sure about karma, but you're not wrong. It would be generous, and they'd likely show their gratitude in some beneficial way. Tell you what.
Hey.
Sounds like this is for a good cause. While I can't give you the part for free, I won't charge you for the work.
25,000 credits. That seems very reasonable, thank you. Do I even have that?
You're darn right it is. I'll get to work on it right away.
Wow.
I recommend you go back to the ship and ask the captain to prepare for its retrofit. Standard stuff. I'm sure they have an engineer on board to help. We'll send the part along when it's ready and install it with the help of Oliver's people. Pleasure working with you.
God. This quest had better give me something worth it, because that was insane. But I did the right thing. I mean, I can't blow them out of the sky, and I'm not going to allow them to be enslaved. Those were literally the only two other options. Slavery or death. So, $25,000? I guess. Let's fly back to the colony ship, tell them the good news, and maybe they'll give us a trinket or something that, I don't know, is going to be worth a lot.
We'd be dust, except for the factory.
Off-worlders. Nothing ever good.
Everything looks exactly as we left it, right? Right.
And we're not going to be able to make the grav jump without stopping someplace. Okay. There we go. Out of fuel range.
This is Freestar Space. Please hold your current speed and heading while we scan you for contraband. Alright, we're done. Have a good time in Neon.
Okay, now to dock with the ship. I must not be close enough. Okay, surely I'm close enough now. There we go. Okay.
The Constant is a peaceful ship. Don't change that.
I have no plans to. I'm helping you guys out. I hope you appreciate it. It took all my money.
If the other colonists knew how many times the Constant almost came apart at the seams, whew, thankfully I never let it. I can't tell you how many times I've had to make do with inelegant solutions to complex technical problems.
I'm supposed to help you prep the ship for the grav drive.
What grav drive? Just joking with you. The Paradisio engineers filled me in. Okay, let's see what we need to do.
How? I thought your comms weren't working.
All right. This will be fun. And hopefully there will be no explosions in the process. I have just received word that the drive is here. Ready to get to work?
You need my help?
Yes, of course I need your help. My team needs to stay on top of their daily maintenance, and I need to make my own preparations for this gravity drive you brought us. Your help is going to be vital to this procedure. And have no worries, it'll be easy. I'll guide you through the process.
Sorry, did you say something about explosions?
Oh, don't worry about that. Just a little engineering humor. We've kept this ship going with minimal incidents this long. I'm not about to let anything happen to it now. But, to be clear, what we're doing is very dangerous, and we should be prepared for anything.
Ready as can be.
Great, great, great! There are 3 preparations I need you to help me make while I set things up on my end. First thing I need you to do is reroute the power from the port turbo pump to the auxiliary cryogenic radiator. Then, turn the plasma runoff inhibitor function to 5%. Last, you'll need to decouple the magnetic flange pipe enclosures from the auxiliary module assembly. Got it? Let's hop to it!
Okay. The flange things, the assembly, what? Oh God. I don't remember what he said. Prepare the ship. Oh my God. I'm gonna get them blown up.
Keeping a 200-year-old ship running is no easy task.
About the grav drive retrofit.
Something wrong?
I need a reminder of what I need to do.
There are 3 things we need to do. Reroute the power from the port turbo pump to the auxiliary cryogenic radiator.
Cryogenic.
Turn the plasma runoff inhibitor function to 5%.
5%.
Decouple the magnetic flange pipe enclosures from the auxiliary module assembly.
What? Decouple. Okay.
Careful not to touch anything on your way out.
Right. I'll do this. All their lives are at stake, and I'm the one doing this. All right. Auxiliary module actuator. Auxiliary module assembly. Radiator flanges. What? Oh! Write it down, says chat. Yeah, you're right. Need a pen? One time, I need a pen. Oh, this is rubbish.
If the other colonists knew how many times the Constant almost came apart at the seams. Whew. Well, thankfully, I never let it.
Okay, I'm gonna write this down. Grav drive retrofit.
Something wrong?
Yes, I need a reminder.
There are 3 things we need to do.
Okay.
Reroute the power from the port turbo pump to the auxiliary cryogenic radiator. Turn the plasma runoff inhibitor function to 5%. Decouple the magnetic flange pipe enclosures from the auxiliary module assembly.
Okay. Port turbo pump to auxiliary radiator. Hear it again.
Something wrong?
Yep. You're gonna have to tell me again. Thank you.
There are 3 things we need to do. Reroute the power from the port turbo pump to the auxiliary cryogenic radiator. Turn the plasma runoff inhibitor function to 5%. Decouple the magnetic flange pipe enclosures from the auxiliary module assembly.
Plasma inhibitor to 5%. Okay. And the last one?
Something wrong?
Yeah, you're gonna have to tell me that again.
There are 3 things we need to do.
Yeah.
Reroute the power from the port turbo pump to the auxiliary cryogenic radiator. Turn the plasma runoff inhibitor function to 5%. Decouple the magnetic flange pipe enclosures from the auxiliary module assembly.
What? Oh, magnetic flange pipe assembly. Say that again.
Something wrong?
We're just go through it so fast. Give me a list, huh?
There are 3 things we need to do.
Yes.
Reroute the power from the port turbo pump to the auxiliary cryogenic radiator.
Okay.
Turn the plasma runoff inhibitor function to 5%.
Sure.
Decouple the magnetic flange pipe enclosures from the auxiliary module assembly.
Auxiliary module assembly. Decouple magnetic flange pipe inhibitors. Inhibitors. Oh, you guy. Whoops.
Good luck out there.
Yeah, screw you, man. Jeez. Can't even write it down for me. Okay. Port turbo to cryo auxiliary radiator. Auxiliary radiator. Oh, for Pete's sake. Decouple? I'm gonna get us all blown up. Port turbo to cryo auxiliary radiator. Now this is the auxiliary module actuator. Okay, magnetic flange pipe inhibitor. Auxiliary magnetic inhibitor tube enclosures. Decouple, recouple. All options are decouple, recouple. It's all decouple, recouple. What? Plasma inhibitor to 5%. What's...
These are exciting times.
Cryogenic radiator. Here we go. Port turbo to the cryogenic radiator. Auxiliary to the cryogenic auxiliary radiator. Turbo pump. Port turbo pump reroute power to the cryogenic radiator. Auxiliary radiator. There we go. That one is done.
Aren't they?
Okay.
Sure is nice to know there are other people out there.
Why is he making me do this? Plasma inhibitor to 5%. 5%. Power level set to 5%. Okay. Now. This one. Magnetic flange pipe inhibitor auxiliary module assistant. I'm gonna have to hear it again.
I can't tell you how. Something wrong? There's still something left to do. Decouple the magnetic flange pipe enclosures from the auxiliary module assembly.
Auxiliary module assembly. Okay. It should be in the description of the quest. It should be, but it's not. I'm gonna hear it one more time.
Something wrong? There's still something left to do. Decouple the magnetic flange pipe enclosures from the auxiliary module assembly. So long!
Okay. Magnetic flange pipe enclosures successfully decoupled from the auxiliary module assembly. For Pete's sake, this was just ridiculous.
Looks like everything is good to go on both your end and mine. Can you go inform the captain while they're finishing the installation? Thanks.
Yeah, okay. Gat says it's simple. Connect the flux capacitor to the primary plasma manifold, then use the sonic screwdriver to set the antimatter internal rotation to 5%. Yeah, that's the same language. Whatever it is you're speaking, it's the same language he was speaking. But I did it.
Just because our equipment's old doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers. The Constant is a peaceful ship. Don't change that.
Careful waving that fancy gun around. We don't need to see what it can do.
You're asleep. Wake up, lady.
No matter the outcome, I won't let my crew down.
The grav drive is installed. You should be set now.
Well, well, it would appear we have the means to go nearly anywhere now, thanks to you. The engineers even upgraded our communications equipment so we can speak with passing ships. Turns out it was a pretty easy fix. Thank you again for all you've done.
No problem at all. Glad it worked out. Sure, let's talk about payment now, or where will you go now? Let's ask where she'll go.
We don't yet know, but we did receive a star map from the Paradisio engineers. I suppose we'll just chart a course for other suitable habitable worlds until we find one that matches the quality of Paradisio. Porima 2 here.
Look, it's 25,000. I'm not going to forget the money. Sure, let's talk about that payment now.
Payment. I hope that's not all you care about. It's not enough to help a ship full of poor colonists searching for a new home, I suppose. Still, you did help us. We don't have much to spare, but I'm sure we can find some way of repaying you.
Ammo? 2 baseballs? And a piggy bank? You're joking! I know you guys can't see this, but I got baseballs and a piggy bank? 25,000 credits. A hockey stick? A hockey stick and some baseballs? Oh, you're just having a laugh. Oh, what? 2 baseballs, a basketball, a hockey stick, a soccer, a piggy bank of all things. For crying out loud. This is just insane. It better be worth like $10,000 each. 2 baseballs, 1 basketball, 3 hockey sticks, a soccer ball, and a piggy bank. Ox, they're antiques. Well, yeah. Antique junk. Does it sell well? Jafsy says it's like $500 an item or such, Ox. Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. Even if it is 500 a pop, it's 4,500 that I've got. A lot less than the 25,000 I spent. Ooh. It shows the value. You can't see it. Hold on. I just now saw the value. This alone is worth 4,500. 5,400. 3,000. Oh my gosh, I suddenly love these guys. Thank you guys. Oh, the piggy bank is worth 6,000 alone. Isn't doing a good deed value enough, says the only lunar mage. No, it's not. I mean, it was when I thought that I was going to be doing a good deed for free, but when it cost me 25K, that's when I need some of their valuable pre-war junk to get some of that back. Wow. Gat says, check their value. It's worth a fair bit if sold. You're not wrong. I might be able to actually get my money back. Ryan68 with a sticker tip. Thank you so much. It won't sell for that much, they say? What? They sell for like 10% of that. What? You're kidding. Why does it say value on there if that's not how much I get? Rubbish. Rubbish. Awful quest. Awful, I hate it.
Just stay out of trouble.
Piloting
Where's
the
my
old
booty?
coast has been fun. I'm looking forward to flying some fancy new ships when this is
We've
all
got
over.
They
strict
took away
rules
the
around
best
here.
character.
They're strict for a reason.
I wonder what it's like out there, beyond our little.
Just let me say hi to my booty before I leave. Records, mess hall, security.
You're lucky we're under orders not to escort you right off this ship.
Why? Why are you guys
Wow.
mad?
Hi.
Great! How many more days? Months? Years of being cooped up here before we find a new place to live.
Oh, and they're all pissed off at me. Of course they're all pissed off at me. I do a good deed and I spend my own money.
Now that we know there are other people out there, we need to be more prepared for trouble than ever.
And they hate me for it.
I'm worried about Janet. I wonder if someone from the outside can help her.
Speak with Janet? I just got another quest. I was about done with this.
Boy, am I glad you weren't some sort of alien or something.
All right, Janet.
Now that we know what's out there, things are going to be more interesting from here on.
We were so close to finding our new home.
Which one was
Hopefully
Janet?
It won't be too much longer now.
She was hanging out over here.
And to think, all this time, we thought we were alone.
Speak with Janet. Oh, Janet's up there. Janet was the only member of the ship who was really pissed off. Oh, she's sleeping.
Never seen a ship like
I
yours
had a free
before.
moment, so I thought I would drop by. How are you doing today, my love?
Much better. Now that I no longer need to worry about losing you.
Ah, yes, of course. To say that I am relieved as well would be an understatement. Knowing how much pain my voluntary termination would have caused you had weighed heavily on me.
Hey, I'm sorry,
Maybe
dear.
you could help out, Dave.
I didn't mean to make it
Been
more
talking about
difficult
needing
than it
someone with a
needed to
ship.
be. But now it's behind us, and we can look forward to the remainder of our lives together.
Ah! Where's my booty?
Huh, saw Mean in here again. What else does that guy eat?
Well, look who it is. The one who helped us out of our situation, leaving us to roam the galaxy forever. Sorry, I don't mean to be ungrateful or rude. I know it's not your fault. You were just trying to help. It's me. I'm just frustrated.
Just don't think it's fair to the rest of us. You know, I work hard too. Sure I do.
You don't seem very happy with your life on the ECS Constant.
Is it that obvious? Brackenridge is intent on finding a home just as perfect as Paradisio, and it's clear that's never going to happen. I'd love to leave. But outside of you and the occasional passing trade ships we make contact with, there aren't any ways off this ship. And besides, Brackenridge forbids it. I've tried. She insists we stay together for the sake of the community. I'm stuck here.
I guess I'll leave you alone then. Is it really so bad on the ship? Or I wonder if I could convince Captain Brackenridge to let you leave.
It's a long shot. You've dealt with her. You know she can be stubborn. But then again, you did make her see reason before and set us on this path. Maybe you can do it again and fix this mess. Sorry, I know it may not sound like it, but I'd actually be really grateful to you if you succeed.
The captain seems like a reasonable person. I'm sure we can get her to see eye to eye and convince her to let you go.
Mission updated Mantis. How did my Mantis mission update? Okay, well, why did it say that? I guess because it put me on something else. All right, speak with Abe.
These are exciting times, aren't they?
I heard Mabuti, and now I can't find him.
Hi. Hello.
Hello, Abe. I'm trying to talk to him.
Oh! Ah! Hello there.
Sounds like you need help with something.
Oh, you heard? Oh, I was just kvetching to myself. Mostly I just need to find someone with a ship, but hey, you're someone with a ship, aren't you?
I am. Just tell me what you need.
I'll save you the spiel, but ever since we found out that people exist out there, the crew's been asking me if we could track down possible relatives. I made the mistake of looking some up, and now they want to connect with them. Now, I'm not gonna ask you to schlep anyone back and forth, but could you deliver these messages for us to connect our crew with their relatives?
You want me to ambush people with news of lost relatives? No, thanks. I can do it, but I need compensation, or I'll do it. Just tell me where to go and who to find.
Oh, you're such a mensch! Thank you! Let me get you the letter and the information you'll need to track down the relative.
Message. All right. Message from a relative. Dear Cameron Glacier, my name is Abe Levitz, the cabin manager of the ECS Constant, a colony ship that left Earth almost 200 years ago before its collapse. You're receiving this message because distant relatives of your family were on board this ship for generations, and one of them would like to reach out to you to establish communication. I sincerely hope you will consider this rare opportunity to reconnect with a long-lost family. I'm sure the two of you will have much to share with one another. If you wish to do so, please let my messenger know, and we will establish follow-up communication. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Abe Levitz, cabin manager, ECS Constant. Okay. Move. Cool. Now, were there any other little side things? Visit the London landmark on Earth. Speak with Layla? Who was Layla? Well, I wanted to see what London looked like, so let's go ahead and do that. But first I need to go up to the captain, right?
I wonder what it's like out there, beyond our little community. We were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship. We were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship.
Our people's safety is my #1 priority.
That planet was not right for us anyway. No doubt the next one will be.
Why do you need to find a new home instead of just assimilating in a modern society?
That's a good question, but I firmly believe that establishing our own home is what our ancestors would want for us. I think that we will assimilate to some degree, particularly when it comes to trade and exchange of ideas. However, we've fared by ourselves for so long, it would be unreasonable for our people to give up our own sovereignty in favor of a completely different society's rules and expectations. It may seem like it's about me maintaining control, but it's more about avoiding massive culture shock. We'll get there, but we'll need to ease into it so future generations can reap the benefits.
How's your crew holding up?
Understandably, some are disappointed that we gave up our home, but I think I've managed to convince them that this will be best in the long term. I have no doubt that even if it takes more time, we will manage to find something even better. And it's important to remember we're still way ahead of our original schedule. Everything will be fine.
So now what? Where will you go?
Goodness, I'm not sure yet. We'll need to study our new star map. Then, well, I suppose we'll venture forth and try to find the perfect new home for us. It may take some time, but I'm confident we'll find something. And when we do, we'll find a shuttle to take us planetside. Thanks again for your help.
Janet wants to leave. I told her I'd talk to you about it. Actually,
safe travels to you.
Let's quick save first.
We've roamed the stars for almost 200 years. What's a little longer? I'm well aware of Janet's desire to leave. I'll tell you the same thing I told her. For the sake of our mission and community, we need to stay together. Each member of our community is valuable, especially Janet. If she left, we'd be at least a couple of weeks behind in food production while we trained someone to fill her role. But I suppose if you brought us more food staples to tide us over while that happens, we could do it. Say, a large quantity of potatoes?
Potatoes? I have an option to give her 50 potatoes, even though I don't believe I have 50 potatoes on my inventory. Is it really so important that she stay here, we could say?
Yes. Losing her would mean one less person to help out, and we're strained as it is. We're all in this together. Have been since the very start. If she goes, then who else will want to go? We need to preserve our culture for the sake of our mission, and it's hard to do that if everyone leaves.
Okay, we can give 50 potatoes to say this should ensure you have adequate food while you train someone else.
Sorry, that's not going to be enough.
Oh, we don't have
If we're
it.
really going to do this, you'll need to bring me more. Let me know when you've got what I'm asking for.
Or I could try to persuade her.
Our people never expected to meet with other colonies.
Oh?
So forgive them
Set a
if they
course
are
then.
distrustful.
We'll go and take a look. Perhaps this will be the one.
Who is she talking to?
Then we'll do as the Paradiso group suggested and commission a landing craft to ferry our people down.
She's talking to people in completely different rooms.
In the long run,
My crew may not realize
this
it now,
will be
but we will
better
be
for
much
us.
happier. Well,
Allows
if
us
you
to
can
keep
bring
our
me
own
those
self-
potatoes to make up for our potential food,
Okay, let's try persuading her.
I'll be the judge of that.
Janet's really not happy. You don't want her disposition to jeopardize your mission.
I suppose not. It would be bad for all of us if she slipped into depression.
There must be some way we can win here.
Maybe so.
Wait, I think I did it wrong. I'm sure we can work something out.
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay, you know, I really think I left the oven on 2-star systems over. You think relative time means my house is burned down by now? What? What? What does that have to do with this conversation? I think I left the oven on 2-star systems over. What does that have to do with potatoes?
Okay, that's pretty good.
Okay, so it's a joke. Right, all right. One more. I think we could work something out.
I'm glad you understand the position I'm in here. Well, you've got away with words, I'll give you that. Once again, you've convinced me to do the right thing. And while I'm not happy about letting one of our own go, I think you're right. It's for the best. Let her know she's free to leave on the next ship willing to take her. I just hope this doesn't prompt others to want to leave as well.
If others want to go, then you didn't give them a compelling reason to stay. You're a leader. It's literally your job to figure out why people stop believing in you. Take it as feedback. If you can't, well, maybe you can get some robotic replacements.
Ouch. Barrett's spitting some truth there, and I didn't have to buy 25,000 credits worth of potatoes. Yay me. Okay, let's just go talk to her. Where's the lift? Engineering. Elevators. There we go. Gad says the dialogue and quest markers seem to be bugged on the ship. Had the same thing happen on my playthrough. I have to admit, I'm getting way more weird little bugs and glitches and things on the ship than I have throughout the entire game. Alright, am I going to have to track it to find her? She's still in her bedroom, isn't she?
We were so close to finding our new home. Hopefully it won't be too much longer now.
She's still in her bedroom. Okay.
There's so much more to learn about now.
Even if you can't convince Brackenridge, at least you tried. That's more than I can say for anyone else.
I spoke with Diana. She'll let you go on the next ship willing to take you.
Wait, for real? How? I thought I was going to have to escape on my own somehow, but if she's given me her blessing, that's even better.
We'll just say you owe me. Let's not talk about the details. The important thing is you're allowed to leave, or I made a compelling case for you and she agreed.
If I'm being honest, I should have known you can do it. After all, you're the reason we're still out here. I heard about what you did for us, getting that grav drive or whatever. I was kind of hoping you'd overhear me and offer to help earlier. I probably should have just asked you, but I guess I'm not good at asking for help. Anyway, thanks for helping me. I know you didn't need to.
I heard you got a grav drive or whatever. No. In about 40 minutes. I'll let you know. What about your sister?
Julia? Oh, she'll be fine. She loves this stupid ship. I've tried talking her into coming with me, but she won't budge. Like almost everyone else, she believes in the original mission. Whatever. I'm sure I'll hear news of the Constant's whereabouts. Maybe I'll even come back to visit. She's my sister, after all.
Yeah, the only one you have left, considering your other sister died. But she's like, whatever. Grav drive, oh my god. That's whatever. So, what are you gonna do next?
No idea. One of the techs who helped retrofit the grav drive onto the Constant mentioned a place called New Atlantis. Maybe I'll check it out. It sounded interesting. Anyway, seems like a good place to start, especially if I want to find a job that isn't farming.
I really didn't need to help, especially since you can't pay, but whatever. I mean, at least we're speaking her language, right? No problem. I wish you good luck wherever you find yourself.
Thanks again. I'm going to need it. It's a whole new world out there. I hope we meet again someday.
And there, ooh, we got more antique stuff. She gave me more baseballs, duck figures, piggy banks, and an XM2311. What's an XM2311? Ooh. Ooh. 40. It looks like a Desert Eagle or something. Kind of. Oh, a wooden duck. I think I'm more happy about the wooden duck. Cool. Antique Earth duck figurine. Worth 4,000, but you're saying I'm not even going to get 10% of that. Mr. Master, it looks like a 1911. Oh, is it? Yeah. I guess it does. Mr. Master Chief says, hopefully the full version will fix the bug problem. If not, well, let's just say that the Xbox fan and company will not be happy since the Redfall bugs. This game doesn't even compare to Redfall. Redfall was empty. It was literally an unfinished game. This game is finished and more or less polished. There are a few little edges that could use some polish, but it's surprising. I was expecting it to be way buggier, and it's not. So, good news. Okay, I think that's everything on the ship. I think we've passed by everyone and there's no one left to talk to.
Perhaps there will be opportunities for me to see what wonders the universe holds before I am too old.
It's my booty! Yay!
Your arrival has given me hope.
What do you do here?
I'm a doctor and a counselor. I assist my wife Lorelei in performing minor medical duties, but I also practice psychology and help maintain our crew's mental health.
Why were you one of the ones to come greet me when I first arrived?
I know it must seem strange to you. I am not a captain, nor am I a security guard. But I was brought along for a very specific reason. The captain trusts me to de-escalate situations. Pardon me saying, but we did not know who you were or what your intents were. So, Captain Brackenridge wanted me to come along as a friendly face and keep the conversation amicable. I am glad that you were peaceful, and my role was as limited as it was. Thank you.
What was life like living on a colony ship all these years?
Life on a colony ship has its ups and downs, as you can probably imagine. I tend to look on the bright side of things, however. To the best of our knowledge, we were on a critical mission, saving the human race from extinction. That notion was always with us, and it instilled a sense of pride and duty. Sure, the living quarters could be considered cramped, and we could go nowhere else. But we also had near-endless time with friends and loved ones. I suppose as I get on in years, I have learned to appreciate that more than anything.
Your wife said you had volunteered for termination. Why did you do that?
Back when resources were concerned, it was a necessity for our continued survival. The old make way for the young. That's how it had always been. Our daughter is now pregnant with her second child, and the constant was at capacity, it seemed only fitting that the oldest of our family make way for the youngest. But now, there is no need for that anymore. And so, I get to live out the remainder of my days. As you can imagine, Lorelei is much happier now.
I bet. That sounds foolish. You shouldn't have volunteered your life for someone else. To each their own. I'm sure someone appreciated it. Or such a kind and generous sacrifice. But I bet you're glad you don't need to go through with it now.
I am. But I would have gone through with it if need be. It is the way I was raised to be. To make sacrifices so that others may live on. There used to be an elderly couple on board. They had no children, so their family name was to die with them. I convinced Lorelei that we should take it on in their honor, which is why we are now the DeCostas. My brother will continue our family legacy.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It was good talking with you.
Dr. Mabuti DaCosta. Mabuti DaCosta lot.
And to think, all this time, we thought we were alone.
I think I need sleep, guys. I'm kind of tired. I'm starting to do weird things.
Just stay out of trouble.
All right, let's get out of here.
The Constant is a peaceful ship. Don't change that.
Never seen a ship like yours before. Well, then again, I haven't seen any ships.
Guard. Getting turned around. Phil says, never again, Ox. Never make a joke again, Lamau. All right, I'll try to be chill.
We've got strict rules around here, but they're strict for a reason.
Okay, there's the lift, which means the stairs should be right.
You're lucky we're under orders not to escort you right off this ship.
Will you guys just chill out? I saved your life. I saved your life.
Now that we know what's out there, things are going to be more interesting.
Hey there.
I'm worried about Janet. I wonder if someone from the outside can help her.
Yeah, I already solved that quest. Thank you.
Wow, I've heard about you, but here you are.
Oh, and now I'm going upstairs again. Why can't I get back to my ship? I'm so lost. Oh, Command Bay. It was a staircase right next to Command Bay. I'm back to where I was. Why is this happening to me?
Now that we know there are other people out there, we need to be more prepared for trouble than ever.
Ox, fast travel to the ship. Okay.
Much better.
Can I? How do I fast travel to the ship?
Now that I no longer need to worry about losing you.
Ah, yes, of course. To say that I am relieved as well would be an understatement.
Careful waving that fancy gun around. We don't need to see what you do. Just because our equipment's old doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers.
Here. There it is. There's the staircase. Oh my god.
We were never trained to address threats coming from outside our ship.
Breathe in that technically suitable air.
Okay. Well, that was quite a sidetrack, guys. That was That took up a lot of time. And now I don't think I have enough time to do the Mantis quest. So tell you what, let's go find Earth. Gotta go to Olympus. Oh, I can't fast travel while the ship is docked. Undock. Dae says blow the ship up. After all of that? After all that, you think I should just blow it up? Okay, Olympus. Jump. Now to Sol Earth. Set course. And there it is, London. How many cities will we be able to explore? I hope we get a bunch. I hope we can unlock a bunch. This doesn't look like London. Oh. Is that all that's left? Is that the shard? I wish I could see it in the daytime. Why did I have to come at night? What is that? One skyscraper, that's it. London snow globe. Hey. Hey, cool! And I leveled up! I can collect snow globes? Alright, well, I'm definitely gonna get the next rank. Oh, it's locked. Why is it locked? Oh. I need to hack more terminals. Alright, well then maybe the next rank of persuasion? Yes, rank 3 available. 30% increased chance of success when persuading someone. There we go. I didn't know you could collect snow globes in the game. Wow, they really took a lesson from New Vegas there. So, I've never been to London. What building is this? And why is there only one of them? According to the lore, cosmic rays from the sun blew away the atmosphere, causing all of the oceans to boil off. There's no atmosphere, there's no oceans, but that didn't cover all cities. It didn't destroy all cities. Why is there only one skyscraper left? Where's the rest of London? Where's the Thames? Sure, the water in the Thames would be gone, but we'd still see the riverbed, right? Urubber says, get a book on Egypt in Aquila City for more Earth goodies. Thank you, will do. Art Pixel says you can put them at your outpost. I have 10. That's great. How do you have 10, Art Pixel? Man. I feel like I'm playing this game every day for hours on end, and you guys are still ahead of me. In so many ways. Can you go inside, says Cartridge Pad? No, it doesn't look like you can. Paul says he thinks it's the shard. Yeah, I thought it was the shard when I saw it from a distance. Wow. Well, there you go. There's London. One building left. I'll be so glad when my physical thing is done and I don't have to do this sprinting thing all the time. Okay, chat is trying to say that with no atmosphere to cause meteors to burn up in the atmosphere, over 200 years, the entire Earth would be peppered with meteors. Okay, so why does the shard exist? London is huge with hundreds and thousands of structures, and they're all gone. There is nothing here. This is a flat, essential plain of sand with a few rocks and crags. There is nothing left but the shard. If the reason everything is gone is because the planet's surface has been peppered by meteors for 200 years, which obliterated everything, then why is the shard there? That's all I'm saying. Just luck, Ox, says Shane. Luck.
You
right.
look well.
We'll call it luck. Okay. I'm gonna get to this mantis thing if it's the last thing I do. And it will be, because I'm running into a hard stop here. Okay. So what were we doing 4 hours ago when I started this? We were trying to get to Denebola. We got all the way to Parima. No, we got all the way to Parima when we got sidetracked. I hope to God we don't get sidetracked again. Did I just get another side quest? I did. Talk with Barrett. Activities, talk with Barrett? It's not timed. Someone named Alban Lopez is sending a distress call asking for help from List. I could drop by and investigate. I can't do what I want to do. I'm constantly sidetracked.
Got a minute to chat?
Shut up, Barrett! I'm busy! I feel like I've been chatting way too much with you. How many times do you want to give me foodstuffs and then chat about your dead husband? I mean, I'm sorry. I feel bad, but come on. I want to go do the mantis. That's what I want to do.
Maybe a few minutes. Probably not hours, though. But no guarantees.
Okay. The last jump. The jump I've been trying to do the entire broadcast. Denebola. Jump. Okay.
Hello, Captain. We pose no threat here. Quite the opposite. Our ship's full of the faithful, Sanctum Universum. Happy to talk if you're inclined.
Sanctum
We'd love
Universum?
to talk. I'm making another run out of New Atlantis, taking Universals out in the stars. To get closer to God and to appreciate the galaxy and all its majesty.
What's involved with your pilgrimage?
We grav jumped to a few different systems. We're lucky to have some pilgrims who have never been off-world. Seeing so many marvels can be a life-changing experience.
There are worse reasons to travel.
Actually, it's one of the best reasons. Have you ever felt something spiritual while traveling the stars? I've jumped dozens of times, and I still don't know I've had the revelation that Keeper Aquilus describes. But I'll keep jumping.
The only marvel is how many credits it costs to keep my ship running. That's a pretty personal question. I haven't felt anything like that, but maybe I will one day. Or we could say it's hard not to feel something profound traveling the stars.
I completely agree. It was a pleasure talking with you. We have to be going. But I hope God watches over you out there in the stars.
Okay, thank you, Sanctum Pilgrim. I didn't know there was another religious group out here. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Okay, Barrett. What?
Hey there.
What? What?
Hey, so I'm really enjoying our time together. Thought you should know. It's been a long time since I worked with someone so closely. I didn't realize how much I missed it. And you haven't stopped me from looking into this stuff with Irvin either. So, thank you.
We could flirt again and say, I'm here for you, whatever you need. Or why would I stop you?
Well, there's a school of thought that you shouldn't go chasing ghosts. And they're probably right. Ghosts are spooky. But maybe this isn't that kind of chase. And Irvin's case is far from dead.
If it matters to you, it matters to me.
See, that's what makes you a good captain in my book. You're supportive. On that note, I do have some news about Irvin's case. So, I wanted to let you know that I heard back from my contact, and I think you'll want to hear this. They sent me a copy of some public records. It's interesting. There was a claim filed against Irvin, accusing him of damaging their investments. Looks like Irvin didn't even enter a plea.
What was the settlement?
Some of Irvin's paychecks were seized, as well as any assets that weren't under joint ownership.
What brought the case to court?
The Hephaestus Mining Corporation. And they also won the case.
We could say no plea makes him seem guilty, or I don't understand how Irvin could be guilty of that.
Well, if it was Irvin, I do want to understand that. Because I just can't believe it. Anyway, this mining corporation, Hephaestus, sued Irvin, claiming he irreparably damaged their mine. They said he killed the apex predators in the area around the mine, which led to herd creatures overeating the grasses. That caused the soils to release too many gases too fast, which cost Hephaestus a ton of money.
Killing apex predators led to all that?
They claim the creature he killed was a critical hive species that caused a cascade effect when they were killed off. Irvin killed the equivalent of a queen bee, and the whole hive collapsed, basically.
That seems hard to prove.
It looks like they considered him a no-show and ruled against him. So anyway, according to the court documents, there was a witness for the defense, who was a no-show too. Then Hephaestus won by default. They tried to take his apartment, but because it's in my name too, they couldn't.
Is your contact still available for work?
Yes. They plan to stay in the same system for a while.
Why didn't the witness show up?
They withdrew their testimony the morning of the trial. Said they had a sincere change of heart.
Did you know about the apartment before this?
I didn't know he bought it. Must have been a better deal than renting for the time he was there.
Hey, free apartment, we could say. Or sounds like case is closed. Let's try, hey, free apartment.
Kinda. I had a mountain of back taxes to pay, and utilities, and repairs. It would have been far better for my pockets had I just donated it to the city. But I'm glad I didn't. There may be clues there about his case. So here's what I was thinking. I can persuade my contact to keep digging a little bit more. I don't want to press our luck, so I'll just ask them to follow up on one thing. Should I tell them to investigate the company more, or look into the witness instead?
I could pay 4,000 credits to pay the smuggler contact to investigate them both. Investigate the company, investigate the witness. What do you want to find out with the witness?
I wonder what his real reason was for retracting his testimony. Did he report anything to security?
What can we find out by investigating the company?
I just want to know why they picked Irvin. Why did they set him up?
If I have any money left, I'll choose to pay both the smuggler and the contact.
For that much money? They'll do it. You know, this investigation is time-consuming, but it's also pretty cathartic. And who knows? Maybe if we solve this case, it'll mean a better future for Gagarin. But that's thinking too far ahead. Anyway, Captain, thanks for checking in with me.
This has been an expensive broadcast, and Barrett keeps fleecing money from me. Okay, I gotta save. I've got a hard stop here. We're gonna save. Brand new save slot. Thanks, everybody, for joining me for today's broadcast. I've got to go. I've got a lore video that I'm going to publish right now. So, don't go anywhere. You guys can keep talking with each other. Move on over to the new premiere. I'm going to premiere the episode, and you guys can chat while you watch my new lore video. Thanks for coming, everybody, and I'll see you probably tomorrow for my new live stream, my next live stream. Bye-bye, everyone.